is a slow process which we call active measures. The first stage being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. The next stage is destabilization. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. The next stage is crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, period of normalization. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. The danger is real.
He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
For Ardenly.
Welcome to Bastion.
To the good people of Revendreth, Maldraxxus must stay true. If we fail, the Shadowlands will fall.
Light, save my soul.
Where I come from, the Darkness won. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again. It's time the truth presented itself to you. Darkness resides within, beckoning you. This is a truth we cannot hide from, and so we must embrace it. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Let's cross it together.
I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave.
This is what I brought you here to see.
Peggy 16.
I can't shake them! Giving engines full power!
Think you can escape?
This is gonna be close!
Pilots. You are the Empire's strength. We do not accept defeat.
Remember why we fly. For hope. For the new Republic.
Vengeance will be ours.
Seize that moment.
When the perfect shot makes history.
5 pilots.
1 squadron.
The galaxy's finest.
Death Star is gone, but the Imperial fleet is still a threat. Vanguard Squadron, let's make history.
This is it, Titan Squadron. Everything we've done has led to this. Finish those Vanguard scum!
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Earn your wings in a single-player story spanning 2 factions.
All stations! Fire on that ship!
And master multiplayer battles as a squadron of 5. With the option to play the entire game in VR. This is the definitive Star Wars pilot experience.
Come on, come on!
You'll begin your career in a single-player story,
Welcome to Titan Squadron.
where you'll play as 2 combat pilots, flying for both the Empire and the New Republic. You'll experience this world through your cockpit. The instrumentation in front of you provides critical feedback about power management, targeting, and shields. With a squadron of diverse characters at your side, prove your skills on increasingly challenging missions.
Hello, Vanguard. Welcome to the Nadiri dockyards.
One of my spies has linked the attacks with the New Republic Starhawk project.
The story of the 2 pilots you play
Stick together.
will shape the balance of power in the galaxy.
Get ready!
Let him have it. To take the fight online, you'll need flight time with all 8 ships. Fighters are the most flexible and versatile, able to handle any situation. Interceptors are fast and highly maneuverable.
Let's get him.
Ideal for hunting down your opponent's starfighters.
That was kind of fun!
Support ships can keep allies safe and stocked up. as well as disrupting enemy fighters.
Light him up! Nice.
Bombers are the heavy hitters, able to deal devastating damage to enemy flagships and starfighters.
But if you've got a preferred component and need something customized, I'll take care of it.
Unlock everything you need to customize your pilot and starfighters simply by playing the game. From cosmetics to an arsenal of over 50 components that alter how your ships fly, fight, and survive.
They're on you!
I'll deal with it.
You can dramatically change your loadout depending on your squadron's strategy.
Finally got him!
This will be critical in Star Wars Squadron's multiplayer modes. First up, dogfights. This is an all-out 5v5 battle.
That hard 5, that was the best!
Fine-tune your loadouts to work as a team.
Moving in on the enemy.
Utilize components like tractor beams, turrets, and mines to slow down your opponents or set up your squad mates for the kill.
Rebels unmarked.
For teams looking for an even greater challenge, it's time to prove yourself in Star Wars Squadron's signature mode, Fleet Battles. Fleet Battles are multi-stage conflicts. Whether playing solo or with friends, you'll have the option to compete against other players or AI as a squadron of 5.
Don't worry, I got him for you.
Meet your team in the social hub to solidify strategy, coordinate loadouts, and prepare for takeoff. First, push the front line by winning the dogfight in the center of the map. Next, attack or defend 2 medium-sized capital ships.
We've lost our capital ships.
And finally, the ultimate goal. Target and destroy the subsystems of your opponent's massive flagship and take it down.
Shields are disabled.
At each phase, your squadron either pushes the line forward or falls back to defend.
Keep our flagships safe.
It's your squadron's choice of how to play.
I'm hit!
Speedy, unrelenting assaults.
Stay together, strike quickly.
Stealth and subversion.
Jamming the enemy. Sensors can't spot you.
Or brutal bombardment.
That ship is vulnerable. Take your shot.
We need to hurry.
A unified squadron is the key to victory.
Making my attack run now. Let's make this count.
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Join the galaxy's finest and make your mark.
You are the hope of this galaxy.
You Tommy? Detective Norman.
How long you been in town?
3 years.
They handed you the Morello case. Right out of the gate.
That's what the paper says, ain't it? And what's it to you?
Case must be getting pretty cold by now.
Or you got something might warm it up?
Yeah, I might have something.
What do they call you, son?
Thomas. Thomas Angelo, sir.
You are here to restore order to my world. With the demons in control, you understand the threat they pose to all my creations.
dream, bear me bloody, kiss that away, bring me bliss that away. What a kiss that away, what a wonderful feeling to feel that away. Tell me, where have you been all my life? Oh, hot diggity dog, ziggity boom, what you do to me? It's so new to me. What you do to me? Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom, what you do? When you're holding me tight. What you do to me? What you do to me? Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me when you're holding me tight? Oh, hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me? How my future will shine. Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me from the moment you're mine? Hot dog.
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, and today I'm going to be showing you a little bit more of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, a brand new game built from the ground up for the PlayStation 5.
They have found us, Ratchet.
This is the first Ratchet & Clank adventure that we've done in a long time, and we're super excited. This is a game that tells the story of an arch-nemesis coming to town and accidentally damaging the fabric of space-time, causing dimensional rifts to erupt all throughout the world. Ratchet & Clank is a series that prides itself on exploration of exotic worlds and bringing you to places you've never been before. And that's something that we're really striving for, and that PlayStation 5 has really allowed with just increased horsepower. The number of objects in the world and the things to explore, the enemies around, the effects, everything is more. This is what we're trying to do, is build worlds that feel real and are bringing you in. You're exploring these brand new spaces. And this is something that we never could have done on previous generations. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is a game that utilizes dimensions and dimensional rifts, and that would not have been possible without the solid-state drive of the PlayStation 5. The SSD is screamingly fast. It allows us to build worlds and project players from one place to another in near instantaneous speeds. It is unbelievable game changer in terms of we can now do gameplay where you're in one world and the next moment you're in another. And we're loading up levels that happen so quickly and in the action that you don't even imagine that this is something that we couldn't do before because it feels so natural. Long gone are loading screens. Now it's all about bringing exciting new adventures. The DualSense controller of the PlayStation 5 is tailor-made for Ratchet & Clank weaponry. The amount of tactile feedback that you get when you're using our weapons it makes them feel way more powerful, and also lets you know how the weapon is behaving. One of the examples of our weapons is the Enforcer. It's like a double-barrel shotgun, and it uses the adaptive triggers to give you tension. As you're moving your finger down halfway, you can fire one barrel. If you pull it all the way down, you can fire both barrels. But all along the way, you can feel the difference between the tension tightening up, and it just makes all of our weapons much more immersive and powerful feeling. Another thing we can't wait for you to experience is 3D spatial audio. This really is a fundamental difference between listening to a television set and going out into the middle of a forest. It brings you into these worlds in a way that we've never been able to do before. We at Insomniac have been working on Ratchet & Clank for almost 20 years, and these are characters that we love. And this is really the culmination of all that work and effort that we've put in. We can't wait to show you more about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart in the future, but until then, thanks for watching.
PlayStation.
With Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, I think we're finally able to fully realize that vision from 20 years ago of putting you in the boots, allow you to see through the eyes of someone who is actually there. And that's been the most exciting and fulfilling part of the project.
There's no moment in this game where like you're just relaxed, right? You're in a war zone.
You are a member of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. That allows us to tell a story where the player gets to go to all these incredible places.
VR adds such another level to it just because people want to naturally interact with things how they do in the real world.
Whether you're inside a Sherman tank or at an airfield or sneaking into a Nazi subbase, the level of immersion is unprecedented.
Through the power of VR, you're climbing a wall, you're pulling out your gun, you're catching a grenade in midair and throwing it back. Those are all things that you end up doing yourself.
It's exciting and it's terrifying and it's fun and it's cool kind of helping create these experiences for people.
We are making a game about the reality of World War II. So for us, the authenticity was everything.
When you put that headset on, you feel like you're back in World War II era Europe.
It's a very surreal experience to be there without being there.
You're not watching history on a flat screen. You're experiencing history with your own eyes.
We have the opportunity to sit down and interview combat veterans from World War II.
It's very emotional and it's very inspiring. And that's what draws us to dive deep for our characters.
And putting you as the player on an adventure that spans some of the biggest moments of the war.
Medal of Honor franchise immediately gives us something more intimate, more cinematic.
Games are at their best when they're immersive, and we're finding all sorts of little things you can't do in traditional games.
Having the backing of Respawn and Oculus gives us the ability to push those boundaries in ways that it hasn't been pushed before.
When you see someone play it, when they just kind of lose themselves into the game, it's been pretty impressive.
If the game we're making ignites people's imaginations and illuminates the world, then we've accomplished what we set out to do.
Extraction is inbound.
Boy, that's no shit.
We are soldiers, each our own force. Join the Armistice. Join the Armistice Alliance. Stand up for your brothers.
He was right until that treaty collapsed and chaos set in. Now we got friends on the ground who need professionals to get the job done right. Shadow Company has actionable intel and the best warfighters money can buy. So I ask you, who do you want to be? And who do you want on your team? Join us.
We awoke from one nightmare into another. Not on our dying Earth, but somewhere much worse.
Good guy's a dead one. A good guy's the one not in the fire. Good guy's a dead one. A good guy's the one not.
We came to Enoch as our last chance, a chance at a new home. But what we found didn't save humanity. It consumed it. We awoke changed. The anomaly unleashed within us, burning with power. Impossible power. Enoch robs us of our humanity, yet gives us so much more. Each step taking us further from what we were, and closer to what we must become.
What goes through the mind of a psycho? We are about to find out.
Say hello to a torturing nightmare! Aboard the pain wagon!
It's just following an angry anthropomorphic grain train into a strange portal. What's the worst that could happen?
Open bestiality!
It's sesame, you meathead.
I am the meat maestro!
Hope you're up for some weird stuff, Vault Hunter.
I love this town. The city of endless opportunity. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on!
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, mano, not just any other city. Legends are born here.
The major leagues. We're only here because Dex is pulling the strings. Doubt that puts us in the same league as them.
But we are. They just don't know it yet. But if you got the cojones and you know how to use them, you can do damn near anything.
Unless you catch a bullet.
Even then, you go out with a bang, right?
You know, you can make heaps more eddies as a motivational speaker.
Yo, Mr. V, a pleasure.
So what's the gig, Dex? You meant to come out in one piece? How about we go over the plan?
There's this prototype tech, a biochip to be precise. Job's to grab it.
Guessing it belongs to a corp.
Arasaka.
We're robbing some heavy hitters.
Thought you could blackmail me, fucker?
High risk, high reward. First rule of the afterlife.
Ka-ting, baby.
Goes without saying, we do this on the hush. Ideally, no bodies, not a one.
Sounds simple enough.
Eat lead, assholes!
Is it gonna be dangerous?
Don't you worry, mi amor. We're bulletproof. Get your ass moving now!
What the fuck just happened in there?
Can't stop digging Night City.
Fucking Major Leagues. Happy now, Jackie?
Yep! That's fucking high! Time to bail!
Oh my god, we're so fucked.
Dix! What the fuck?
Can't risk it, V.
And you, who are you?
Fuck.
Together, we built order out of chaos. Each trial, each tribulation, we have overcome. Now we live in an age of unprecedented peace. We have prevailed thanks to her. Let her ascension serve as proof of our righteousness. It is in her honor that we strive for chorus.
This ends with us.
Truth is the strongest of bonds. Through space and time, three destinies collide. A young astrophysicist on a globe-trotting chase for answers. A disgraced journalist on the run, looking to clear his name. And a brilliant mind from the past, determined to break the boundaries of reality. Three destinies, entwined in mystery, hunted down by a secret society. They follow a trail of mysterious clues, leading them from one destination to another. On a collision course with a discovery that would change the world.
Understand what's going on around you. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. It's a slow process which we call active measures. The first stage being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. The next stage is destabilization. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. The next stage is crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy. period of normalization. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. The danger is real.
He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
Pardon me.
Welcome to Bastion.
To the good people of Revendreth, Maldraxxus must stay true. If we fail, the Shadowlands will fall. Light, save my soul.
Where I come from, the darkness won. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again. It's time the truth presented itself to you. Darkness resides within, beckoning you. This is a truth we cannot hide from, and so we must embrace it. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Let's cross it together. I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave. This is what I brought you here to see.
Peggy 16.
Shake them! Giving engines full power!
Think you can escape?
This is gonna be close!
Pilots. You are the Empire's strength. We do not accept defeat.
Remember why we fly. For hope. For the new Republic.
Vengeance will be ours.
Seize that moment.
When the perfect shot makes history.
5 pilots.
1 squadron.
The galaxy's finest.
Death Star's gone, but the Imperial fleet is still a threat. Vanguard Squadron, let's make history.
This is it, Titan Squadron. Everything we've done has led to this. Finish those Vanguard scum!
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Earn your wings in a single-player story spanning 2 factions.
All stations! Fire on that ship!
And master multiplayer battles as a squadron of 5. With the option to play the entire game in VR. This is the definitive Star Wars pilot experience.
Come on, come on!
You'll begin your career in a single-player story.
Welcome to Titan Squadron.
Where you'll play as 2 combat pilots, flying for both the Empire and the New Republic. You'll experience this world through your cockpit. The instrumentation in front of you provides critical feedback about power management, targeting, and shields. With a squadron of diverse characters at your side, prove your skills on increasingly challenging missions.
Hello, Vanguard. Welcome to the Nadiri dockyard.
One of my spies has linked the attacks with the New Republic Starhawk project.
The story of the 2 pilots you play
Stick together.
will shape the balance of power in the galaxy.
Get ready!
Let him have it.
To take the fight online, you'll need flight time with all 8 ships. Fighters are the most flexible and versatile, able to handle any situation. Interceptors are fast and highly maneuverable.
Let's get him.
Ideal for hunting down your opponent's starfighters.
That was kind of fun!
Support ships can keep allies safe and stocked up. as well as disrupting enemy fighters.
Light him up! Nice.
Bombers are the heavy hitters, able to deal devastating damage to enemy flagships and starfighters.
But if you've got a preferred component and need something customized, I'll take care of it.
Unlock everything you need to customize your pilot and starfighters simply by playing the game. From cosmetics to an arsenal of over 50 components that alter how your ships fly, fight, and survive.
They're on you!
I'll deal with it.
You can dramatically change your loadout depending on your squadron's strategy.
Finally got him!
This will be critical in Star Wars Squadron's multiplayer modes. First up, dogfights. This is an all-out 5v5 battle.
Man, Hard 5, that was the best!
Fine-tune your loadouts to work as a team.
Moving in on the enemy.
Utilize components like tractor beams, turrets, and mines to slow down your opponents or set up your squad mates for the kill.
Rebels unmarked.
For teams looking for an even greater challenge, it's time to prove yourself in Star Wars Squadron's signature mode, Fleet Battles. Fleet Battles are multi-stage conflicts. Whether playing solo or with friends, you'll have the option to compete against other players or AI as a squadron of 5.
Don't worry, I got him for you.
Meet your team in the social hub to solidify strategy, coordinate loadouts, and prepare for takeoff. First, push the front line by winning the dogfight in the center of the map. Next, attack or defend 2 medium-sized capital ships.
We've lost our capital ships.
And finally, the ultimate goal. Target and destroy the subsystems of your opponent's massive flagship and take it down.
Shields are disabled.
At each phase, your squadron either pushes the line forward or falls back to defend.
Keep our flagships safe.
It's your squadron's choice of how to play.
I'm hit!
Speedy, unrelenting assaults.
Stay together, strike quickly.
Stealth and subversion.
Jamming the enemy. Sensors can't spot you.
Or brutal bombardment.
That ship is vulnerable. Take your shot.
We need to hurry.
A unified squadron is the key to victory.
Making my attack run now. Let's make this count.
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Join the galaxy's finest and make your mark.
You are the hope of this galaxy.
You Tommy? Detective Norman.
How long you been in town?
3 years.
They handed you the Morello case. Right out of the gate.
That's what the paper says, ain't it? And what's it to you?
Case must be getting pretty cold by now.
Or you got something might warm it up?
Yeah, I might have something.
What do they call you, son?
Thomas. Thomas Angelo, sir.
You are here to restore order to my world. With the demons in control, you understand the threat they pose to all my creations.
dream beneath. What a good kiss that away, bring me bliss that away. What a kiss that away, what a wonderful feeling to feel that away. Tell me, where have you been all my life? Oh, hot diggity dog, diggity boom, what you do to me? It's so new to me. What you do to me? Hot diggity dog, diggity boom, what you do? When you're holding me tight. What you do to me? What you do to me? Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me when you're holding me tight? Oh, hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me? All my future will shine. Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me from the moment you're mine? Hot dog.
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, and today I'm going to be showing you a little bit more of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, a brand new game built from the ground up for the PlayStation 5.
They have found us, Ratchet.
This is the first Ratchet & Clank adventure that we've done in a long time, and we're super excited. This is a game that tells the story of an arch-nemesis coming to town and accidentally damaging the fabric of space-time, causing dimensional rifts to erupt all throughout the world. Ratchet & Clank is a series that prides itself on exploration of exotic worlds and bringing you to places you've never been before. And that's something that we're really striving for, and that PlayStation 5 has really allowed with just increased horsepower. The number of objects in the world and the things to explore, the enemies around, the effects, everything is more. This is what we're trying to do, is build worlds that feel real and are bringing you in. You're exploring these brand new spaces. And this is something that we never could have done on previous generations. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is a game that utilizes dimensions and dimensional rifts, and that would not have been possible without the solid-state drive of the PlayStation 5. The SSD is screamingly fast. It allows us to build worlds and project players from one place to another in near instantaneous speeds. It is unbelievable game changer in terms of we can now do gameplay where you're in one world and the next moment you're in another. And we're loading up levels that happen so quickly and in the action that you don't even imagine that this is something that we couldn't do before because it feels so natural. Long gone are loading screens. Now it's all about bringing exciting new adventures. The DualSense controller of the PlayStation 5 is tailor-made for Ratchet & Clank weaponry. The amount of tactile feedback that you get when you're using our weapons it makes them feel way more powerful, and also lets you know how the weapon is behaving. One of the examples of our weapons is the Enforcer. It's like a double-barrel shotgun, and it uses the adaptive triggers to give you tension. As you're moving your finger down halfway, you can fire one barrel. If you pull it all the way down, you can fire both barrels. But all along the way, you can feel the difference between the tension tightening up, and it just makes all of our weapons much more immersive and powerful feeling. Another thing we can't wait for you to experience is 3D spatial audio. This really is a fundamental difference between listening to a television set and going out into the middle of a forest. It brings you into these worlds in a way that we've never been able to do before. We at Insomniac have been working on Ratchet & Clank for almost 20 years, and these are characters that we love, and this is really the culmination of all that work and effort that we've put in. We can't wait to show you more about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart in the future, but until then, thanks for watching.
PlayStation.
With Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, I think we're finally able to fully realize that vision from 20 years ago of putting you in the boots, allow you to see through the eyes of someone who was actually there. And that's been the most exciting and fulfilling part of the project.
There's no moment in this game where like you're just relaxed, right? You're in a war zone.
You are a member of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. That allows us to tell a story where the player gets to go to all these incredible places.
VR adds such another level to it just because people want to naturally interact with things how they do in the real world.
Whether you're inside a Sherman tank or at an airfield or sneaking into a Nazi subbase, the level of immersion is unprecedented.
Through the power of VR, you're climbing a wall, you're pulling out your gun, you're catching a grenade in midair and throwing it back. Those are all things that you end up doing yourself.
It's exciting and it's terrifying and it's fun and it's cool kind of helping create these experiences for people.
We are making a game about the reality of World War II. So for us, the authenticity was everything.
When you put that headset on, you feel like you're back in World War II era Europe.
It's a very surreal experience to be there without being there.
You're not watching history on a flat screen. You're experiencing history with your own eyes.
We have the opportunity to sit down and interview combat veterans from World War II.
It's very emotional and it's very inspiring. And that's what draws us to dive deep for our characters.
And putting you as the player on an adventure that spans some of the biggest moments of the war.
Medal of Honor franchise immediately gives us something more intimate, more cinematic.
Games are at their best when they're immersive, and we're finding all sorts of little things you can't do in traditional games.
Having the backing of Respawn and Oculus gives us the ability to push those boundaries in ways that it hasn't been pushed before.
When you see someone play it, when they just kind of lose themselves into the game, it's been pretty impressive.
If the game we're making ignites people's imaginations and illuminates the world, then we've accomplished what we set out to do.
Extraction is inbound.
Boy, that's no chick.
You better move.
We are soldiers, each our own force. Join the Armistice. Join the Armistice Alliance. Stand up for your brothers.
He was right until that treaty collapsed and chaos set in. Now we got friends on the ground who need professionals to get the job done right. Shadow Company has actionable intel and the best warfighters money can buy. So I ask you, who do you want to be? And who do you want on your team? Join us.
We awoke from one nightmare into another. Not on our dying Earth, but somewhere much worse.
Good guy's a dead one. A good guy's the one that brings the fire. Good guy's a dead one. A good guy's the one that...
We came to Enoch as our last chance. A chance at a new home. But what we found didn't save humanity. It consumed it. We awoke changed. The anomaly unleashed within us, burning with power. Impossible power.
Understand what's going on around you. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. It's a slow process which we call active measures. The first stage being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. The next stage is destabilization. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. The next stage is crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, period of normalization. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. The danger is real.
He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
For Ardenweald.
Welcome to Bastion.
To the good people of Revendreth, Maldraxxus must stay true. If we fail, the Shadowlands will fall. Light, save my soul.
Where I come from, the darkness won. I have witnessed this firsthand. I refuse to let it happen again. It's time the truth presented itself to you. Darkness resides within, beckoning you. This is a truth we cannot hide from, and so we must embrace it. The line between light and dark is so very thin. Let's cross it together.
I will give these Guardians the destruction they crave.
This is what I brought you here to see.
Peggy 16.
Giving engines full power!
Think you can escape?
This is gonna be close!
Pilots. You are the Empire's strength.
We do not accept defeat.
Remember why we fly. For hope. For the new republic.
Vengeance will be ours.
Seize that moment.
When the perfect shot makes history.
5 pilots.
1 squadron.
The galaxy's finest.
Death Star is gone, but the Imperial fleet is still a threat. Vanguard Squadron, let's make history.
This is it, Titan Squadron. Everything we've done has led to this. Finish those Vanguard scum!
This is Star Wars Squadron. Earn your wings in a single-player story spanning 2 factions.
All stations! Fire on that ship!
And master multiplayer battles as a squadron of 5. With the option to play the entire game in VR. This is the definitive Star Wars pilot experience.
Come on, come on!
You'll begin your career in a single-player story.
Welcome to Titan Squadron.
Where you'll play as 2 combat pilots, flying for both the Empire and the New Republic. You'll experience this world through your cockpit. The instrumentation in front of you provides critical feedback about power management, targeting, and shields. With a squadron of diverse characters at your side, prove your skills on increasingly challenging missions.
Hello, Vanguard. Welcome to the Nadiri dockyards.
One of my spies has linked the attacks with the New Republic Starhawk project.
The story of the 2 pilots you play
Stick together.
will shape the balance of power in the galaxy.
Get ready!
Let him have it.
To take the fight online, you'll need flight time with all 8 ships. Fighters are the most flexible and versatile, able to handle any situation. Interceptors are fast and highly maneuverable.
Let's get him.
Ideal for hunting down your opponent's starfighters.
That was kind of fun!
Support ships can keep allies safe and stocked up, as well as disrupting enemy fighters.
Light him up! Nice.
Bombers are the heavy hitters, able to deal devastating damage to enemy flagships and starfighters.
But if you've got a preferred component and need something customized, I'll take care of it.
Unlock everything you need to customize your pilot and starfighters simply by playing the game. From cosmetics to an arsenal of over 50 components that alter how your ships fly, fight, and survive.
They're on you!
I'll deal with it.
You can dramatically change your loadout depending on your squadron's strategy.
Finally got him.
This will be critical in Star Wars Squadron's multiplayer modes. First up, dogfights. This is an all-out 5v5 battle.
Vanguard 5, that was the best!
Fine-tune your loadouts to work as a team.
Moving in on the enemy.
Utilize components like tractor beams, turrets, and mines to slow down your opponents or set up your squad mates for the kill.
Rebels unmarked.
For teams looking for an even greater challenge, it's time to prove yourself in Star Wars Squadron's signature mode, Fleet Battles. Fleet Battles are multi-stage conflicts. Whether playing solo or with friends, you'll have the option to compete against other players or AI as a squadron of 5.
Don't worry, I got him for you.
Meet your team in the social hub to solidify strategy, coordinate loadouts, and prepare for takeoff. First, push the front line by winning the dogfight in the center of the map. Next, attack or defend 2 medium-sized capital ships.
We've lost our capital ships.
And finally, the ultimate goal. Target and destroy the subsystems of your opponent's massive flagship and take it down.
Shields are disabled.
At each phase, your squadron either pushes the line forward or falls back to defend.
Keep our flagships safe.
It's your squadron's choice of how to play.
I'm hit!
Speedy, unrelenting assaults.
Stay together, strike quickly.
Stealth and subversion.
Jamming the enemy. Sensors can't spot you.
Or brutal bombardment.
That ship is vulnerable. Take your shot.
We need to hurry.
A unified squadron is the key to victory.
Making my attack run now. Let's make this count.
This is Star Wars Squadrons. Join the galaxy's finest and make your mark.
You are the hope of this galaxy.
You Tommy? Detective Norman.
How long you been in town?
3 years.
They handed you the Morello case. Right out of the gate.
That's what the paper says, ain't it? And what's it to you?
Case must be getting pretty cold by now.
Or you got something might warm it up?
Yeah, I might have something.
What do they call you, son?
Thomas. Thomas Angelo, sir.
You are here to restore order to my world. With the demons in control, you understand the threat they pose to all my creations.
Bring me bliss that away. What a kiss that away. What a wonderful
to feel that way. Tell me, where have you been all my life? Oh, hot diggity dog, ziggity boom, what you do to me? It's so new to me. What you do to me? Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom, what you when you're holding me tight. What you do to me? What you do to me? Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me when you're holding me tight? Oh, hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me? All my future will shine. Hot diggity dog, ziggity boom. What you do to me from the moment you're mine? Hot dog.
Hi, I'm Marcus Smith, and today I'm going to be showing you a little bit more of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, a brand new game built from the ground up for the PlayStation 5.
They have found us, Ratchet.
This is the first Ratchet & Clank adventure that we've done in a long time, and we're super excited. This is a game that tells the story of an arch nemesis coming to town and accidentally damaging the fabric of space-time, causing dimensional rifts to erupt all throughout the world. Ratchet & Clank is a series that prides itself on exploration of exotic worlds and bringing you to places you've never been before. And that's something that we're really striving for, and that PlayStation 5 has really allowed with just increased horsepower. The number of objects in the world and the things to explore, the enemies around, the effects, everything is more. This is what we're trying to do, is build worlds that feel real and are bringing you in. You're exploring these brand new spaces. And this is something that we never could have done on previous generations. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is a game that utilizes dimensions and dimensional rifts, and that would not have been possible without the solid-state drive of the PlayStation 5. The SSD is screamingly fast. It allows us to build worlds and project players from one place to another in near instantaneous speeds. It is unbelievable game changer in terms of we can now do gameplay where you're in one world and the next moment you're in another. And we're loading up levels that happen so quickly and in the action that you don't even imagine that this is something that we couldn't do before because it feels so natural. Long gone are loading screens. Now it's all about bringing exciting new adventures. The DualSense controller of the PlayStation 5 is tailor-made for Ratchet & Clank weaponry. The amount of tactile feedback that you get when you're using our weapons it makes them feel way more powerful, and also lets you know how the weapon is behaving. One of the examples of our weapons is the Enforcer. It's like a double-barrel shotgun, and it uses the adaptive triggers to give you tension. As you're moving your finger down halfway, you can fire one barrel. If you pull it all the way down, you can fire both barrels. But all along the way, you can feel the difference between the tension tightening up, and it just makes all of our weapons much more immersive and powerful feeling. Another thing we can't wait for you to experience is 3D spatial audio. This really is a fundamental difference between listening to a television set and going out into the middle of a forest. It brings you into these worlds in a way that we've never been able to do before. We at Insomniac have been working on Ratchet & Clank for almost 20 years, and these are characters that we love, and this is really the culmination of all that work and effort that we've put in. We can't wait to show you more about Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart in the future, but until then, thanks for watching.
PlayStation.
With Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, I think we're finally able to fully realize that vision from 20 years ago of putting you in the boots, allow you to see through the eyes of someone who was actually there. And that's been the most exciting and fulfilling part of the project.
There's no moment in this game where like you're just relaxed, right? You're in a war zone.
You are a member of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. That allows us to tell a story where the player gets to go to all these incredible places.
VR adds such another level to it just because people want to naturally interact with things how they do in the real world.
Whether you're inside a Sherman tank or at an airfield or sneaking into a Nazi subbase, the level of immersion is unprecedented.
Through the power of VR, you're climbing a wall, you're pulling out your gun, you're catching a grenade in midair and throwing it back. Those are all things that you end up doing yourself.
It's exciting and it's terrifying and it's fun and it's cool kind of helping create these experiences for people.
We are making a game about the reality of World War II. So for us, the authenticity was everything.
When you put that headset on, you feel like you're back in World War II era Europe.
It's a very surreal experience to be there without being there.
You're not watching history on a flat screen. You're experiencing history with your own eyes.
We have the opportunity to sit down and interview combat veterans from World War II.
It's very emotional and it's very inspiring. And that's what draws us to dive deep for our characters.
And putting you as the player on an adventure that spans some of the biggest moments of the war.
Medal of Honor franchise immediately gives us something more intimate, more cinematic.
Games are at their best when they're immersive, and we're finding all sorts of little things you can't do in traditional games.
Having the backing of Respawn and Oculus gives us the ability to push those boundaries in ways that it hasn't been pushed before.
When you see someone play it, when they just kind of lose themselves into the game, it's been pretty impressive.
If the game we're making ignites people's imaginations and illuminates the world, then we've accomplished what we set out to do.
Extraction is inbound.
That's no shit.
We are soldiers, each our own force. Join the Armistice. Join the Armistice Alliance. Stand up for your brothers.
He was right until that treaty collapsed and chaos set in. Now we got friends on the ground who need professionals to get the job done right. Shadow Company has actionable intel and the best warfighters money can buy. So I ask you, who do you want to be? And who do you want on your team? Join us.
We awoke from one nightmare into another. Not on our dying Earth, but somewhere much worse.
Good guys are day one. A good guys are one night in the fire. Good guys are day one. A good guys are one night.
We came to Enoch as our last chance, a chance at a new home. But what we found didn't save humanity. It consumed it. We awoke changed. The anomaly unleashed within us, burning with power. Impossible power. Enoch robs us of our humanity, yet gives us so much more. Each step taking us further from what we were, and closer to what we must become.
What goes through the mind of a psycho? We are about to find out.
Say hello to a torturing nightmare! Aboard the pain wagon!
It's just following an angry anthropomorphic rain train into a strange portal. What's the worst that could happen?
Open bestiality!
It's sesame, you meathead.
I am the meat maestro!
Hope you're up for some weird stuff, Vault Hunter.
I love this town. The city of endless opportunity. Ready to get your cherry popped? Yeah, come on!
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, mano, not just any other city. Legends are born here.
Hello and welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2020 pre-show. I'm Kyle Bossman, and this is my hot and stinky apartment. I realize you probably have a lot of questions right now. Like, who is this guy? Not that important. Is this the show? No. Just to be clear, this is the pre-show. This is you and me for the next 20 minutes getting excited about Opening Night Live proper, the big show. That one is going to look nice. That one's got Geoff Keighley. That one's got a budget. It's going to be fancy looking, not like this. And then you might be thinking, wait, is the next 20 minutes just this guy with his headband talking to me about stuff? No, it's going to be some of that, but most of the show is trailers. We have world premiere trailers right here for the pre-show. If anything, my job is just to smile at you and fill time in between trailers. In fact, we should, I think, start off with a trailer. We'll talk about opening night live. It's going to be big and fun and awesome, but I feel like the best way to kick off a pre-show is just to get right into one. Our first world premiere trailer is a game that was just announced earlier this year at an Inside Xbox event from Bandai Namco. This is Scarlet Nexus.
You have to be prepared for anything.
Intruders were just detected.
We have to work together.
Or the world will be destroyed. We have so many different powers.
Let's do this. You have your ways of doing things, and I have mine.
If you're just now joining us, this is the Gamescom Opening Night Live 2020 pre-show. That was a trailer for a video game and not an anime, and I'm Kyle Bossman, not important. For the next 20 minutes, much less than now, we are counting down the minutes until the big show, Opening Night Live, in which you're going to get fresh looks at Fall Guys Season 2, Destiny 2, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War was just announced yesterday. We're already going to see more of that tonight. Lots of things to see. Sydney Goodman from IGN is going to be giving out the Gamescom awards for Best PC Game, Best PlayStation Game, Best Xbox Game, as well as talking about some brand new shows from IGN that they are debuting this week at Gamescom. Lots of stuff in ONL. It is going to be a chunky, thick show. But in the meantime, for this pre-show, it is time now for another world premiere on our end. The game next that we're going to see is called Quantum Error. And parents, let me warn you now, it's time to put the kids to bed, because it's about to get scary as hell in here. I don't care if you're in the Western Hemisphere and it is the afternoon. Put the kids to bed.
We did it. That artifact you recovered. Held the answer to all our questions. We can control them now. Use them to travel the stars. Humanity's reach will be infinite.
We've got a lot more world-exclusive trailers to go, more pre-show to go, an interview with Geoff Keighley. Next up, we have a car brand synonymous with racing and innovation and a key partner of Gamescom for years, Ford. They're about to exclusively reveal the first ever car made with gamers for gamers. Check it out.
Ford knows racing. In 2019, we brought our love of racing to gaming, and Team Fordzilla was born. And that was just the beginning. In May, we launched Project P1 to design a car in collaboration with gamers for gaming. This project was a global first, and our designers let their imagination go wild. So on to our first global announcement. Please welcome our first ever Team Fordzilla Project P1 model. And now our second global announcement. You got us so excited with Project P1 that we are now committing to make a real-world version of this groundbreaking car.
If I didn't have games, I guess I would just be writing a lot more. Video games and writing are absolutely my two favorite passions, and I just managed to combine them into a job. So I feel like, honestly, I probably would have finished a couple of books.
If there was no game, what else would I do? I mean, I like tech, but you need to do things on the technology. And so if I can't play things, if I wasn't into gaming, yeah, it'll be a lot of TV watching.
If there's out there a universe where I'm not a gamer, then I probably would start to game.
I think I will try something to put some smile on the face of everyone.
I would watch a lot more movies and read more books and get bored.
Welcome back to the Opening Night Live pre-show. This is only the second year of ONL existing, but I think it is safe to say that this year's will be unconventional. So to tell us what to expect from the show this year, please welcome Geoff Keighley. We are now joined by Geoff Keighley, host and executive producer of Opening Night Live. How you doing, Geoff?
I'm doing great, Kyle. How are you?
I'm doing okay. So back in April, Gamescom said we're going digital this year. When did you start thinking about ONL and how that's going to look?
Well, we knew last year we were going to do another ONL this year because it was a big success, but yeah, we had no idea what format it was going to take. Normally we are in Cologne. This year we're doing it from Los Angeles, but I actually, Gamescom came to me and said, we definitely want to do ONL. It's a digital event for the whole world, so even if we don't have something physically in Germany, we still want to do this show with you. And I said I was doing Summer Game Fest, and maybe we can bring all these things together to create this grand finale for the show. And all summer I was really hoping to do a show that was a little bit bigger than I've been, broadcasting from home here for many months. And I wanted to do something with kind of a set and a little bit of spectacle to it, and bring the whole industry together. And that's what we're going to do.
So is it going to be just as long as a regular show?
Yeah, we have like 2 hours of stuff to show folks from across the industry. Like the big stuff, the biggest games out there like Call of Duty, and then a lot of really, interesting titles. Of course, we're going to have some amazing next-gen stuff in the show, and Fall Guys Season 2, which has, become a thing over the past couple of weeks. So it's really fun to have like the big and the small and the surprises and next-gen all blended together. But yeah, it's a full-blown show, 2 hours.
Is it going to be just back-to-back trailers, or are you going to do some interviews and demos?
You will definitely see trailers. You will see some extended gameplay demos of some titles as well. There will be a few interviews with a couple of developers. We've got some special guests. And one thing I will say kind of right out of the gate is that this is not sort of wall-to-wall shock and awe announcements of new games similar to last year at Gamescom. We have some really big updates on games that fans are excited about and meaningful. But, the kind of big surprise announcements, we have a few things in the show, and we have lots of great things planned for the Game Awards. But similar to last year, this is really a showcase of like big holiday games coming next year that you know about. So, I would tell people to set their expectations to be really meaningful updates on existing games versus blowing you away with, surprise shock announcements.
Great. Jeff, I'm personally looking forward to the show.
Well, me too. It's been really fun to build this, but even working with our team, it's been challenging to do things safely in the era of COVID, and it's meant a lot to me that Gamescom has said we still want to do this show, and I think for all of us in the industry, we want that big showcase. So I'm just really excited to honestly leave home, do have a set, and you'll see we've got screens and lights, and it's. If we do it right, we're going to hopefully create that magic moment that we haven't felt this summer, right? And a lot of the events this summer have been pre-taped, and they've been great and lots of cool game info, but I really wanted to do something live with a lot of energy to it. So if we do things right, that's what people are about to see.
Very cool. Good luck with everything.
Thanks, Kyle. Thanks for hosting the pre-show.
I'm doing my best. So just so we're all on the same page about what just happened, that was basically an interview with my boss using questions that I mostly already know the answers to. So considering all that, I think that went pretty well. Next up, we do have another world premiere trailer, baby. Vroom vroom honk honk for Dirt 5. So you think a vampire bit a car and sucked out gas? To be continued. It is now time for the part of the pre-show that I've been reading your live comments. I see them right now. Everybody's blowing up, demanding Kyle's 10 reasons to be excited for opening night live. Well, let's kick it off. Reason number 10 to be excited for opening night live 2020, feeling excited for next gen again. Number 9, Geoff Keighley wardrobe reveal. Number 8 reason to be excited for opening night live 2020, Destiny trailers are usually pretty good. Number 7, it will mean this pre-show is finally over. Number 6, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. Number 5 reason to be excited for ONL 2020, Shadow Drops. Number 4, Fall Guys Season 2. Number 3 reason to be excited for ONL 2020, actual gameplay from a mysterious PlayStation 5 exclusive. Ooh. Number 2, everything else in my life sucks right now. And the number 1 reason to be excited for opening night live 2020, Geoff Keighley said it's gonna be good. We have one final world premiere trailer to show off, and this trailer is an announcement of a Switch version of a popular game from 2018 that can only be described as Dinosaursy. Enjoy.
You think that things are going to turn out differently, huh? Well, the ones before you did too. Because they believed that they were in control. And control, well, here's the thing. Humanity is desperate for it. We are seduced by it. But we never really possess it. You see, life can be tenacious and stubborn. Life will not be contained. And what makes us such unique creatures is knowing the power of what we're up against and still believing that we can win.
That's it. That's all we have for you in this very pre-show. Please be excited for the actual opening night live, in which you'll see some Destiny 2, you'll see Fall Guys Season 2, you'll see Black Ops Cold War, that mysterious PlayStation 5 demo, some things we've probably never heard of before. I think it's going to be a very good show. I'm personally excited about it. Me! I should thank you, actually, for putting up with my nonsense for the last 20 minutes. It is appreciated, but seriously, enjoy the show.
So what's the plan?
Time to take control of our world. When we feel out of place, disconnected, and divided,
there are always repercussions.
Do we have what it takes?
All right, I'm going in.
To be heroes?
What we're doing here could change things forever.
Tonight, we bring the world together.
You're with us now.
We celebrate who we are.
This is humanity's chance to repent.
And what we are.
I'm with you every step of the way.
The future of gaming. Welcome to Gamescom, opening night live.
Hello everyone, I'm Geoff Keighley and welcome to Gamescom Opening Night Live 2020. Now this year, Gamescom is of course a little different than normal, and I hope all of you and your families are safe and healthy at home. In 2020, games have comforted and connected us more than ever. And with the launch of PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X later this year, games are only going to get better. Well, all summer, I was hopeful we could get to this very moment, a big live showcase filled with more than 35 games to kick off Gamescom 2020. Tonight, you'll get a first look at Fall Guys Season 2 and an extended gameplay demo of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart for PlayStation 5. Plus, we might have a couple surprises along the way, too. But before we start, I want to acknowledge and thank all the game developers, marketers, and publishers who have worked under challenging circumstances to keep us entertained. This show is nothing without them or my production team, and doing a show at this scale safely is not easy, especially when all of you at home have some pretty insane expectations. I hope tonight reminds you why you love to play games. And with that, we're going to move on to our first game, with a game that was just announced yesterday, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. And joining me is Dan Vondrak from Raven to tell us about the game and give you an exclusive sneak peek. Dan, how you doing?
Good, Jeff. Thanks for having me here. This has been a dream project for us to work on from nearly the beginning of development. We knew Black Ops Cold War was going to be a direct sequel to Black Ops 1, and we loved the idea of returning to the pillars that built the Black Ops franchise: deniable operations, conspiracy grounded in history, and that shadowy world of paranoia. And we get to mix all those together, drop the player into the 1980s at the height of the Cold War, and it's really something that we know would feel relevant to today and also uniquely Black Ops.
Well, you start playing with Black Ops, everyone wants to know characters. We saw yesterday in the reveal trailers, some familiar faces. So, Woods, Mason, break it down. How does this fit into the Black Ops canon? You said it's a direct sequel, so are we going to see a lot of familiar faces?
Yeah, part of the fun in making this game was bringing back the iconic characters like Woods and Hudson and Mason and seeing how all those personalities mix with some of the new characters. So the campaign takes place in 1981, and we love that we've been able to have so many connections to the original Black Ops and really be that direct sequel to the game.
Now, one thing that I'm really excited about this is you're pushing the storytelling in kind of a new direction with some branches and some options about how you play through the campaign. Can you maybe walk us through your thinking there?
Yeah, one of the driving forces from early in development was to say, let's take this Black Ops thrill ride and infuse it with some player choice and some player freedom. Anything we can do to give the player a little more ownership over their experience. So that starts with allowing the player to create their own character for the Cold War campaign. They can name them and pick a military background and really pretend they are that Black Ops soldier that they want to be. From there, we wanted to take some of our missions and infuse optional objectives, multiple paths, and some player choice moments inside some of those missions. And it was fun to find that balance between the hard-driving Call of Duty action and these more non-linear experiences inside some of the missions. So with choice comes the player wanting to feel that impact. So some of those choices earlier in the game and some towards the end will actually shape the ending of the narrative of the campaign.
All right, so multiple endings to this game.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. That was one of the big things for us. It's like we love that Black Ops has always been willing to take risks, and we all know they did some of this in Black Ops 2. And with our story and with these features, we loved playing homage to those early Black Ops games.
Oh, yeah, I remember the numbers. All right. Well, Dan, we are excited to see more of it. I know multiplayer reveal is coming in September, but since you got a Switch there, maybe you could flip the switch on something exclusive for us. What are you going to show us?
Yeah, absolutely. This is really exciting because this will be the first time we've done this outside the walls of the development studio. This is a scene from earlier in the game, and it's a critical point that really shows the narrative of the world, shows this threat that our heroes are going to be battling. So let's take a look.
"1943. Detailed information from the Manhattan Project was stolen from Los Alamos by the Russian spy known as Perseus. 1968, the Vietnam War. Viet Cong soldiers, orchestrated by Perseus, attempted to steal an American-made nuclear bomb from a U.S. firebase. 5 days ago, while on a mission, we acquired intel that Perseus is in play again and planning an attack on the West. Perseus. The CIA's analysts consider him to be the single largest threat to the free world."
Mr. Hudson, we're all aware of Perseus. We're also aware he's more myth than fact. I mean, personally, I think he's nothing more than the Russian boogeyman.
General Haig, allow me to introduce the man best suited to respond to that. CIA clandestine special officer Russell Adler. He's one of the few people who even come close to capturing Perseus.
Mr. Adler, why should we take this Perseus threat seriously?
You don't have to, sir.
Yeah, but then a lot of innocent people are gonna die.
Why do you say that?
Sir.
Every time Perseus has come into play, it's shifted the balance of the Cold War. After 13 years of silence, if he's active, something big is gonna happen. Something that will affect the free world.
President.
Sir.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is Jason Hudson and Russell Adler.
I know their names. Who do you think approved their last mission? Is the threat real?
Yes, sir, we believe it is.
Can you stop Perseus?
We can, sir. I've already submitted the requisition for my team.
Sir, their requests are highly irregular. Most likely illegal if the press gets a hold.
What the hell are you talking about? You know who we are?
Every mission we go on is illegal.
Sergeant Woods, plausible deniability is the backbone of our work.
Al, we're talking about preventing an attack on the free men and women of the world. Give Mr. Adler whatever he wants. Gentlemen, you've been given an important task. Protecting our very way of life from a great evil. There is no higher duty there is no higher honor. And while few people will know of your struggles, rest assured, the entire free world will benefit. I know you won't fail us.
Of her own death. Haruna struggles to understand her mysterious innate abilities to manipulate the unseen. Check out this first look. All right, let's get to the gameplay. One of this year's biggest games has been Doom Eternal. Tonight, we've got an exclusive first look at the campaign expansion called The Ancient Gods Part 1. Check this out.
We have been allies for some time now. I knew you were the moment you set foot in the room. Your gifts belong to us now.
The Slayer has arrived. Please proceed with control, but assertive aggression.
Resurrect the only ones who can save this world. Honor to serve the gods. Yet again.
"2020 marks the 25th anniversary of a legendary game studio, BioWare. Tonight, Casey Hudson and the team wanted to give everyone around the world a little taste of what's next. Casey, over to you.
Hey, Jeff. It's great to see you again. You know, 6 years ago, we were on the stage with you at the 2014 Game Awards, accepting the Game of the Year for Dragon Age Inquisition. And since then, we've been imagining new ways to use next-generation technology to bring the world and characters of Dragon Age to life. We're still in early production, but we thought it was time to give you the very first look at how BioWare's passionate team of developers are crafting this very special game.
I've been at BioWare for a really long time, so I've got to see it grow up and turn from a company of 35 people to a company of more than 300 people.
There's amazing people in the industry. There's amazing stories to be told with other people.
I love that character so much.
That's awesome. We're very experimental here at BioWare, so we're always coming up with new stuff.
We're always trying to improve, innovate, and bring new characters to life for our players and fans to enjoy.
The world of Dragon Age really has got it all. It's got frontier stories, it's got mystery, it's got hard-boiled detective stories. And of course, it's all wrapped up in kind of a fantasy setting.
You really feel like you're the hero in the Dragon Age world and you're saving people.
Dragon Age to me is a wonderful world to play in.
I am really excited about the future of Dragon Age. This is an original world, original flora, original wildlife, original architecture. That makes it fun to explore and discover.
In the next Dragon Age, you get an opportunity to see new things, new places, and interact with people who lived and grew up in these spaces as well.
For the game we're working on now, we want to tell a story. What happens when you don't have power? What happens when the people in charge aren't willing to address the issues?
The things that you can expect in the next installment are going to be stories that focus on the people around you and the friends and family you make.
Something that we'll be able to look forward to in Dragon Age is a really close relationship with game characters who really become real for you.
We want characters to either be loved or hated. One of the best examples of that is Solus. Half the community wants to kill him, half the people want to marry him, then another part want to do both.
They call me the Dread Wolf. What will they call you when this is over?
BioWare and EA has been one of the forerunners in using motion magic technology, and that makes it way more realistic when you're looking at the characters and the way they walk and move and interact in the world.
Players want that suspension of disbelief that this wonderful collection of digital pixels is actually a living, breathing soul.
No, it's okay. That's the good kind of rumble.
I actually design bosses. I help with the creature design team as well. So I do all of the big threats that you have to go up against.
Nobody dies on my watch. For the Wardens!
Choice is a big part of what Dragon Age is as a franchise. The decisions you make can affect change in the world.
Decision making can mean that a party member lives or a party member dies. And it means owning your outcome and reactivity to the choices that you do make.
I just love the possibilities that Dragon Age offers us, and I'm excited to explore a lot more of them.
To me, that potential is what gets you up in the morning. It's a fantastic opportunity every time.
Next up, it's time for something special.
Great Scott! I think there's been a serious miscalculation.
Wow, wait, you're, what's his name? Back to the Future?
I'm Emmanuel Brown, Doctor of Physics, not of Medicine, and certainly not that quack from Rick and Morty.
Yeah, we know who you are, but what are you doing here?
I did come back from the future to this precise moment on August 27th, 2020, because it's imperative we launch Surgeon Simulator 2 right now.
And what exactly do you have to do with Surgeon Simulator?
During the mid-20th century, some friends of mine from Renardshire University invented a state-of-the-art medical training facility, otherwise known as the Surgeon Simulator Training Program. Now, 70 years later, we've digitized the experience. It's unbelievable. You can access the program through your computer and then be medically trained from the comfort of your keyboard. And it's available as of, great Scott, this very moment. Tonight, I want to world premiere a few examples of some of the incredibly successful test subjects who have already completed the course.
So you're saying a world premiere will save our future?
Only time will tell. And speaking of time, I'm off to another world premiere, Avengers 26, The Return of the Son of Thanos, opening 2077. And with that, I leave the fate of the human race in your hands. Just make sure you play Surgeon Simulator 2. Now, doctor's orders.
Put the arm bats on his head! No!
Let me give him a little pat on the head. Where does this part go? There, we got it. He looks good as new.
Now grab the good arm and bring it in here. We're dying. He's dying.
Oh, no! That's not right. My finger slipped.
I think it's the right.
Jesus Christ! Put it back.
Oh,
He's flying. He's perfect. We saved him.
Doc Brown introducing Jacksepticeye playing Surgeon Simulator, only on opening night live. All right, well, if you thought that crossover was kind of crazy, wait until you get a load of this next game announcement that I don't think anyone probably saw coming. Check this out. Tonight is just the start of Gamescom 2020. Over the next 3 days, there are more streams from IGN and Webedia with in-depth looks at games, a digital cosplay contest, and some special new shows just for Gamescom. Your portal for all things Gamescom this year is Gamescom Now, which you can check out at gamescom.global. Now, one game you'll hear more about later on IGN's post-show is this one, a return of two classic characters that I love. Check this out.
In a world gone strange, one elite force stands against the darkness. But even they could use some help.
Here, slip on this little beauty for effect.
Sam, I'm blind! Oh, hello, miss.
The return of Sam and Max. Yes. All right. And now it's time to say hello to my wonderful co-host for ONL from IGN. Please say hello to Sydney Goodman.
Thank you, Jeff. What's up, everyone? I'm Sydney Goodman, and I am thrilled to be here. Gamescom is always such a fun event, and throughout the show tonight, I'll be telling you about all the different ways that IGN is involved in this year's festivities. But first, I have an award to announce. The winner of Best Nintendo Switch Game is Little Nightmares 2. Huge congratulations. Like I said, IGN is going to be here for all of Gamescom with great shows such as the Gamescom Studio, where you can find me and my co-hosts for all day long games content, interviews, dev talks, and more. Plus, we have Gamescom Awesome Indies, the show with and for indie developers. That premieres Saturday, August 29th at 7 p.m. Central European Time, so be sure to tune in for more announcements and special guests. And now, let's go back to Jeff for our next big world premiere.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Sid. We are so excited to see what's in the Gamescom studio and also Awesome Indies. And I'm going to be on the Daily Show tomorrow, so looking forward to that. All right, well, on to our next game. In the next World of Warcraft expansion, players will journey beyond the mortal world of Azeroth to a place where no living soul has set foot before. The Shadowlands, the afterlife of an entire Warcraft universe. The infinite realms of the Shadowlands are watched over by different factions, known as covenants, each holding dominion over a different aspect of the afterlife. And depending on how someone lived their mortal life, they may end up as part of one of these covenants when they cross over into the Shadowlands. Today, we're excited to give you a closer look at the noble and pure Kyrian Covenant from the realm of Bastion, who are charged with carrying the souls of the dead into the beyond. So sit back and get ready for the world premiere of Bastion, the first in Blizzard Entertainment's new 4-part series of animated shorts called Afterlives. Enjoy.
Light, save my soul.
Uther.
Where am I?
Welcome to Bastion. You led a truly selfless life, and for that, you have been chosen.
Chosen?
To shed your mortal burdens and join the ranks of the Ascended, serving to ferry the souls of the dead unto the Shadowlands.
I serve the light, and my work is not done. There is an evil that must be...
There is no evil here. The darkness was sealed within the Maw long ago.
You're wrong. He destroyed my home, murdered my people and my king. He must be punished.
You are an aspirant now. You must accept your new purpose and purge yourself of this desire for vengeance.
What I desire is justice.
Devos, why are you training this soul? It is beneath your station as a paragon.
He cannot let go. He continues to demand retribution for his death.
And this concerns you? Many souls take eons to ascend.
Yes, but this one seems broken, Thenios. Unlike any soul I have seen, I have begun to wonder whether he was deemed worthy of Bastion. By mistake.
Be careful, Devos. I would not let the Archon hear such a thought. In time, he will forget. Trust our ways. Trust the path.
Delos. How long must we train?
Until you are ready to ascend.
And what is keeping me from ascension?
Nothing but the memory of your mortal life.
How can I forget when I can still feel his blade?
Your soul is wounded? Who did this to you?
He was my student. He betrayed us all.
Show me.
The runes on his blade were unmistakable. This dark agent runs free on a mortal world with the power of the Maw itself in hand. Our realm is imperiled.
Impossible. The Maw is inescapable. You must return to the path.
If he had purged his life, we never would have known of this calamity. The path is flawed.
Enough! The order of the Shadowlands depends on the execution of our eternal charge. You will abandon this course.
As you command, my Archon.
Uther! The time of your ascension has come.
I thought I was not ready.
Do you wish to see him punished?
I do.
Then prepare yourself. The moment he falls, we will claim him.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Him into the Maw. Return him to the darkness he served. His eternal suffering awaits.
He was my student.
Remember what he did and take your vengeance.
Not vengeance. Justice.
All right, hope you guys enjoyed that exclusive look at Bastion. Now, we know many of you can't wait to experience Shadowlands, and our friends at Blizzard want you to know the wait is almost over. October 27th, it is official, and we have so much more opening night live still to go for you. Ratchet & Clank, PlayStation 5, much more. Stay tuned. All right, but now it's time for the announcement of a new universe that is coming to gaming for the first time with a project from a Canadian studio. Check this out.
They have returned. They corrupted, divided, conquered, until finally, the gates of the celestial realm were thrown open. Our last remaining hope, the Stormcast Eternals. Vengeance made manifest. Unbound, unbroken, we will take back what the dead have ravaged.
Now, you guys may remember back in June, I had some masked fun with my buddy Crash Bandicoot announcing Crash 4 It's About Time. With the game coming in October, Crash, of course, had to come back for opening night live. So let's bring him out, everybody. Crash Bandicoot. What? He's where? Poor Crash apparently didn't get the memo about Gamescom. But to tell us more about what we just saw, I'm joined by Lou Studdert from Toys for Bob. Lou, what did we see there with Crash and the Gamescom bot?
Apparently you saw him wandering around Cologne, but what he was hinting at was kind of our reveal of what we call flashback tapes, which are a brand new style of level that we are announcing here today.
Okay, so how do these flashback levels kind of play into the overall Crash 4 narrative?
Yeah, so the way that the flashback tape levels work is that they are kind of a peek back in time to the 90s when Neo Cortex was actually testing on Crash and Coco before the events of Crash Bandicoot 1. And they're kind of these devious puzzle rooms that we've made, and they're really hard, and they're really awesome, and they're super creative, and we can't wait to get people's hands on them.
Yeah, no, I got to play a demo of this a few weeks ago, and that was a challenge, so I can't imagine how nefarious these are. How are they going to be sort of integrated into the game? Are they optional, like offshoot stuff, or how do you get to them?
Sure. So players actually have to collect the flashback tapes in the levels themselves. They're an object that they can pick up, and to actually pick them up, they have to reach them in the level without dying. It's kind of our homage to the death routes from the original trilogy. So players have to reach these objects in the level, pick them up, and then once they get them, they'll get access to these unique levels.
So beyond the pure challenge, what other fun? How are these fun for players to kind of experience, and what do they get to do in them?
Sure. So one of the things that we did was we actually used these as, like I said, puzzle rooms, really kind of fun, nefarious, devious ways for Crash to really express that pure platforming kind of aspect of gameplay that we know and love about the franchise. But then narratively for us, it was really cool to layer in kind of a unique perspective to the franchise. This is the moment when Cortex is really excited about the prospect of Crash being on his team, because Crash was originally created by Cortex, and so this is a weird point in time that's never really been explored in the games before.
Awesome. All right, well, Crash 4, It's About Time looks phenomenal, Lou. We cannot wait to check it out in October. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Awesome. All right, well, we will be right back after this for more Gamescom Opening Night Live.
I have become terror. The unseen predator. A rupture that obliterates without warning. Alone, the hordes of Enoch will fall before me. But together, this entire planet will fear us. The anomaly alters us, each in our own ways, yet we are drawn down the same road into the dark heart of creation. 'Cause I feel the way you feel. Yeah, I kill the way you kill. We will find the source, whatever it holds, whatever it takes.
Welcome to the Hyperscape. Enter a contender.
Yosh, ikuzo.
Leave as a champion.
This is it.
Time to party!
Welcome to Necromunda. I can see you're new here. Let me get you up to speed. The Underhive's named well. A sprawl of humanity suffering away like ants. Deep underground where we ain't causing trouble but are rich boys and girls, no matter how loud we are. And do we ever make some noise? Every Orlok says they could shoot the tail off a lashworm and they'd splash your head from 20 paces for saying they couldn't. I don't want to say immortal, but when their armour, blood, skin and will are of iron, it's a potent combo. Why would someone like you want to know about an all-female gang of psychopaths, drug dealers, killers, cloners and... Oh, makes sense. And Escher will cut you up just for the fun of it. Goliaths are big. That's it. Anything smaller than them doesn't deserve to live. And they're just as happy filling you with lead as they are smashing you to pieces with a power maul. Now, mixing that whole pot together in a place like this, you can imagine what happens. Chaos, gang warfare, for wealth, for power, hell, sometimes just for fun. So, think you're ready? Necromunda Underhive Wars comes to PlayStation 4, Xbox One and PC on September 8th.
O futuro dos jogos, além de realidades virtuais extremamente fidedignas e realistas, eu acho que também se encontra em formas mais expressivas e absurdas, quebrando cada vez mais esses paradigmas de formato de videogame que a gente tem e sendo usado mais do que nunca como uma ferramenta de expressão artística.
I envision the future of gaming to be quite bright and quite online.
The next generation of console will clearly allow AAA and indie developers to build more creative-driven games that I hope will cover more diverse subjects.
I want to play all kinds of stories about people and places, both real and imagined. I want comedy games, I want autobiographical games. I really want to see what people can do with the medium.
Pro futuro dos games, eu vejo uma evolução, obviamente, gráfica, mas eu vejo ainda mais evolução na inteligência artificial e na maneira com a qual a gente interage com os games, tudo em busca de experiências mais imersivas.
You know, one of the things I love about opening night is that we can show you the biggest games in the industry and also smaller titles that should be on your radar. So pay attention to this next game. It comes from a team of 2 in Sweden, Tuxedo Labs. Over the past 3 years, developer Dennis Gustafsson has built his own game engine to realize his vision for a fully destructible game world. What he's building has absolutely blown me away, so I asked Dennis to prepare a special trailer just for tonight. I hope you're equally inspired by the ideas in this next game. Definitely one to watch. Teardown. Last year at Opening Night Live, we announced Little Nightmares 2 to the world. Well, the team at Tarsier Studios hasn't shown anything since, but that changes right now. Here is a first look at the gameplay of Little Nightmares 2, which is coming next February, with more to come throughout the week at Gamescom, including a live demo on Gamescom Studio tomorrow. Nice. All right, thank you.
WWE Hall of Famer Jerry the King Lawler, and I'm reuniting with my old buddy Mauro Ranallo to bring you all the over-the-top action in WWE 2K Battlegrounds.
Mamma mia!
This is great! This arcade-style video game is over-the-top outrageous, with over 70 WWE superstars and legends brawling it out like never before! Oh no! Hold on to your toupee, Mauro! Look out below!
WWE is L-I-T!
You know, I'm a little more old school than Mauro, so I can't wait to see these WWE legends teach these kids a thing or two. And you know what? Here's a closer look at the insane action.
It's a great evening for WWE action.
Oh, wow! Take that, Mauro! Man, it's so good to see the Bella Twins at their best. And now, let's keep this party rolling with another matchup. Oh, look out, Mauro! The Undertaker has risen, and Finn Balor is about to be taken for his last ride.
Mamma mia, what a move! Finish him!
Oh, no!
He just hit the snooze button!
How do you lose like that? What's the matter with you legends? This is just an example of the pandemonium that you're going to experience when you head to the battlegrounds.
Woo! That's a big toy hammer!
Oh, I can't believe my eyes!
Seth Rollins delivers the stomp!
What a night. What a night! This is the greatest thing I've ever seen! Pre-order WWE 2K Battlegrounds today and brawl without limits. Mamma mia! Oh, sorry, Mauro. I know that's your line.
Hello again. I have even more awards to announce, so let's get right down to it. The winner of Best Action Adventure Game is Watch Dogs Legion.
The city needs a resistance. And it starts with you. What do you say?
I'm the perfect shot.
The winner of Best Action Game is Star Wars Squadrons.
Think you can escape?
This is gonna be close. The winner of Best Multiplayer Game is Operation Tango.
Operation Tango. It takes two to save the world.
I used to be an explorer.
The winner of Best Indie Game is Curious Expedition 2.
Did not believe what I had witnessed. It was time for the world to learn my name.
Congratulations to all the winners. As I mentioned, IGN will be here for all of Gamescom with great shows and new ways for you to get all your gaming news. Check it out.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
And now it is time to talk about that Best Action Game winner, Star Wars Squadrons. This is a new immersive space combat game from Motive Studios that delivers the ultimate Star Wars pilot fantasy. We've missed those. In Squadrons, you'll suit up and fly for both the New Republic and the Galactic Empire across intense 5v5 multiplayer battles, as well as an all-new, authentic single-player story set after the events of Star Wars Episode 6, Return of the Jedi. Today, we'll get a glimpse at what Squadron's story has to offer by taking a brief look at one of the single-player missions featuring some light narration by the Motive team. Let's check it out.
We all choose our path, light or dark, freedom or destruction. The Empire chose to destroy Alderaan in order to spread fear and douse the fires of rebellion. But the heroic pilots of the Rebel Alliance have chosen to keep fighting, to show the Empire that we are not afraid. It was their bravery that ended Palpatine's reign and brought about our new republic. However, the Empire lives on, shattered though it may be. As I speak, Imperial forces are edging toward the Bormia sector, hoping to end our new republic before we find our footing. As their empire collapses, they try to tighten their grip. But the galaxy is changing, and you can be a part of it. With the help of brave and daring pilots, this war can end. Make a choice. Fly with the new republic. Change our galaxy for the better.
Hi, I'm Suzanne Hunka, narrative producer on Star Wars Squadrons. Our single-player story is one of daring pilots and deep-seated rivalries.
Take Titan Squadron. Hunt down this Starhawk and eliminate it.
Gladly, Admiral Sloane.
Over the course of the story, you'll fly as two pilots on opposite sides of the war. And, like all modes in Star Wars Squadrons, you'll have the option to experience every mission fully immersed in VR.
Wedge Antilles, Rogue Squadron. I hear you're the reason I was able to finally get a comm through.
Today, we're giving you a glimpse of an early Imperial mission behind enemy lines.
One of our spies, Agent Thorne, has discovered vital intelligence on Project Starhawk. Your mission is to extract her from an orbital outpost above Hosnian Prime. Behind enemy lines, you'll have to eliminate perimeter defenses. The outpost is defenseless. When you've secured the area, you will escort the Gladius to the outpost, and our extraction team will acquire Agent Thorne. Once Thorne is secure, reach your Gozanti cruisers and return to the Overseer.
Cover our escape and escort us to the jump point. We have Republic corvettes inbound. Move, Titan!
Gladius, change course and keep Agent Thorne safe. Titan 3, take out those fighters.
Understood. I'll handle it.
You have my thanks, Titan Squadron.
No time to celebrate. Move on.
Each mission will immerse you into the escalating conflict between the New Republic and a shattered empire. Debrief with your squad mates between missions.
You're our new wingmate.
Customize and master all 8 starfighters and join the galaxy's finest.
I need you focused and ready to go.
From bombing runs at the Nadiri dockyards to setting a trap in the Xavian abyss, the story of these rival squadrons will push the war to the brink and define the galaxy for years to come. I look forward to seeing you in combat October 2nd.
That is not all EA has to share from a galaxy far, far away today. At Star Wars Galaxy Edge, you can enter the world of Batuu, where you can visit Oga's Cantina or jump into the Millennium Falcon on a run to Smuggler's Cove. It was this incredible adventure at Disneyland Resort and Walt Disney World Resort that inspired The Sims' latest game pack. Check this out. There is even more Star Wars to come later in the show. Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga is up, and as we move into our second hour, we've got Fall Guys Season 2 still to come, the reveal of that, which I can't wait for you guys to see. And of course, a gameplay demo of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart for PlayStation 5. But right now, you might remember this next game from Annapurna Interactive from last year's Microsoft E3 event. And today, I'm excited to share a new announcement from the team. This interactive thriller about a man stuck in a time loop is one of this year's most intriguing indie titles, and now they've added an absolutely all-star cast to the game. Here's a whole new look at 12 minutes.
All right, close your eyes. I want you to think of a flower. Look at its contours, its curves. Now I want you to imagine it changing. Moving backward, returning to its bud. Think of that bud, unopened. Look at it as a whole. Then silently repeat these phrases. May you be free from suffering. May you be free from fear. May you know peace and joy.
That's going to be a really special indie game. So glad to announce that here on the show. Now, last year at the Game Awards, we announced Godfall, a new looter shooter coming to PlayStation 5 and PC from Counterplay. Tonight, we've got a quick sneak peek of one of the new Valor plates with more footage coming as part of Gamescom 2020. Check this out. We have much more O&L to come. Exclusive looks at Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga, Fall Guys Season 2. Wait until you see what the Mediatonic guys are up to, and so much more. But first, I'm sure you saw that earlier this week, Heart of Deimos, Warframe's newest expansion, was released on PC, Xbox, and PS4. And today, it's also on Switch, all platforms. Here's a look at the Heart of Deimos.
Expand, explore, tear the veil asunder, subvert new territory to our sovereign will. But that was what it wanted too. It raged unchecked through metal, bone, flesh. Life. We are infested with it.
What? Visitors?
Now, the gateway is failing. The jaws close. The final heartbeat approaches.
We tried turning it off and on again.
But before we fall, we shall scream. There is one who will hear the heart of Deimos.
So many people have been discovering or rediscovering video games during lockdown, whether it be older people or bored teenagers or middle-aged parents who suddenly find they have to do something together with their kids. And I think I've given out more advice about video games in 2020 than any other time ever. And as a result, it's more important than ever that we keep making different, interesting things for folk to play.
A pandemia pela qual a gente está passando tem sido um período difícil a todos. Então, nesse momento, eu acho que a gente precisa lembrar de mostrar mais empatia, demonstrar mais amor, mais carinho e saber que a gente vai sair dessa juntos. Vai ser difícil, mas isso tudo vai passar.
I hope everybody gets healthy and safely through this coronavirus time. Care about other people and wear your masks.
Jogos são, na minha opinião pessoal, a forma de arte mais incrível de se expressar. Eles englobam tudo: música, arte, escrita, e você tem a chance de controlar e vivenciar essas experiências você mesmo. É mágico, é maravilhoso. Jogos são puro amor.
Select the appropriate weapon. Watch where you stepping, them snakes all around, you know they connected. When I was a kid, my grandmama told me I can't go to heaven, so I stopped praying and asking for blessings and started preparing for my Armageddon. Got nothing to lose, I'm all in. Walking the edge, don't fall in. Enough of the lies, don't apologize. I don't understand, are you foreign? This is the place, this is the site. Grab all your people and log in. I'm waiting, don't care how long it's gonna take. Watching the waiting for that first mistake. Don't come up missing, just checking the list. I'm always aware of your current position. I just hold on to the perfect condition. Coming alive. Heat of the night. Now is the time. Coming alive. Heat of the night.
All right, guys, we're back officially into hour 2. We've got an hour more of great stuff to show you. Destiny 2, Beyond Light. Stasis, you're going to see a brand new look at that. Fall Guys Season 2 and Ratchet & Clank for PlayStation 5 and so much more across the next hour. Opening Night Live continues, and it just is the start of Gamescom 2020. But right now, on September 25th, Mafia Definitive Edition launches, a comprehensive, built-from-the-ground-up remake of the original Mafia. Tonight, we've got the exclusive debut of the next trailer called A Life of Reward Too Big to Ignore, which deals with Tommy's induction into the Salieri crime family. Check this out.
All these guys in this room, they're here because they have the only thing that matters to me. The only thing that should matter to any of us. You know what that is, Tommy?
They're loyal.
That's right.
One day you're busting your back, doing an honest day's work in a city that's been trying to scrape you off its heels since the day you stepped off the boat. And the next you're stuffing your pockets full of Salieri's dirty money.
Go get him, Tommy!
Teach these boys a lesson. Break every bone in their bodies.
You want me to become one of those Wall Street boys?
Don't sass me, Tommy. I'm trying to teach you the ropes so you don't get strangled by them.
Now you stay straight with me, you're gonna be living the high life, Tom. You abuse my trust.
Don Salieri, you won't ever need to worry about me.
Okay then. Welcome to the family.
Next, we're going to introduce you to a turn-based multiplayer strategy FPS from a team in Montreal, Canada. Lemnis Gate is coming in early 2021 and has a unique mechanic built around a 25-second time loop. Check this out. Next spring, get ready to experience memorable moments and non-stop action from all 9 Star Wars films in LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. The entire series has been reimagined with new fun-filled LEGO humor, and now we've got your first look at the gameplay trailer.
I want to learn the ways of the Force and become a Jedi like my father.
The Force is unusually strong with him. That much is clear.
Twisted by the dark side, young Skywalker has become.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
That boy is our last hope.
No, there is another.
I'm from the Resistance. Your sister Leia sent me. We need your help.
The Force will be with you, always.
Punch it! Not him, the Falcon!
I am a Jedi, like my father before me.
So be it, Jedi.
Man, LEGO Star Wars looks so fun, coming to next gen as well. All right, we'll be right back with more world premieres from huge new games like Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart, Medal of Honor, Above and Beyond, and Destiny 2. But before that, here's a look at a game that is launching tonight on Nintendo Switch and Steam. It's called Struggling from Frontier, a fun physics-based platformer where up to 2 players control Troy, our fleshy hero. Check this out, and remember, you can play this tonight.
Whoa.
We're near Little Hope. Did you hear that?
What more proof is needed that the devil walks among us in Little Hope?
I gotta say, the game that I've given the most hours to, that I love going back to, is Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I have to say, since Origins came out, this new reboot of Assassin's Creed, so to speak, that was my first time getting into it, and I have put almost 400 hours into Assassin's Creed Odyssey.
At the moment, I enjoy to play Fall Guys with my friends. It's very funny, easy to learn, but hard to master.
I have a few games that I binge play, games that I return to every year. Halo, the entire Master Chief Collection, is really a big one for me where that's concerned. But I also still just casually binge Animal Crossing, and I've been doing that basically all year.
I haven't put down Animal Crossing since I downloaded it. I find the daily repetitive rhythm so soothing and predictable. Although, much like my house, my island is still a complete tip.
Up next, we have the award for Best Microsoft Xbox Game. And the winner is Tell Me Why. Congratulations to Don't Nod Entertainment. Well, after a big day of Gamescom events and announcements, you'll be happy to know that IGN is going to help you digest all that info with Gamescom Daily Show, where you can get all the daily highlights and a late night show experience from gamers for gamers. Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Sid. And by the way, congratulations to Don't Nod for Tell Me Why, a really important game that is out now that you can play on Xbox and Game Pass. And as we know, there's a lot going on in the world, and that goes beyond the pandemic. Between social conflicts we're seeing in the news and acts of nature, we can see how vulnerable we as people can sometimes be. And now I think it's as important time as ever to remember to come together and support one another. We are a global gaming community. There are millions of people watching tonight, and I know we're all here because we love games, and we know that games are good in the world and can bring us together, and I think we've all felt that in 2020. So I think that's really important to remember amongst all the games and trailers. All right, well, one way as a community we can come together to do some good is the Gamescom Forest. Gamescom has launched a reforestation project by planting a Gamescom forest together with the community. Gamers worldwide can go to gamescom.global and donate to plant more trees. So let's plant a forest together. All right, well, now we're going to move on to another game, and this one was announced back in May. Chorus is a dark space combat shooter where players take control of Nara on a quest to destroy the dark cult that created her, featuring rich, ray-traced 4K 60 FPS environments on next-gen hardware. Here is the first look at gameplay from Chorus.
You have broken my heart. For your betrayal, you will be broken.
How many crowns have you won? If one game has defined the summer of 2020, it absolutely is Fall Guys from Mediatonic in London and Devolver. This game is setting records and putting a much-needed smile on everyone's face. Fall Guys, I think, represents our industry at its absolute best. Well, soon the Fall Guys experience will evolve with Season 2. There's a lot of new stuff coming, and tonight, Mediatonic is about to give you an exclusive sneak peek at what's next. Get ready, I think the internet is about to freak out. Here it is, Fall Guys Season 2.
Hey, I'm Joe. I'm the lead game designer on Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout, and I just want to reach out and say thank you to everyone who's been playing and enjoying the game so far. As a team, we've been looking at all the fan arts, the memes, and the montages that people have been posting online, and the response to the game has really blown us away. Today, we just wanted to give everyone their first sneak peek at the rounds and the costumes that they can be enjoying as part of Fall Guys Season 2.
In Season 2, you'll be dressing your Fall Guy as a medieval hero and competing across brand new rounds inspired by epic quests from the Middle Ages. Traverse giant drawbridges, dodge swinging axes, and scale movable siege ramps in the quest for ultimate game show glory.
Enjoyed the sneak peek of Fall Guys Season 2. We're still adding the finishing touches to development, but if you want to stay up to date, then @FallGuysGame on Twitter is where you want to be. See you on the start line.
My father has Colorado in the palm of his hand, and he's afraid to close his fist. I am not.
His truth is marching on.
Liberty's
She's got more brains and cunning than both her brothers put together. She's the only one who could actually run Colorado. She's already tried once.
Vic's a depraved child, and Val's a brain without a spine. The years my father wasted grooming them for glory when I was right there. Back to Arizona, Rangers, and I'll pretend none of this happened. Stay, and you die alone.
I really haven't found any new appreciation for gaming at this time, because my appreciation for gaming before couldn't be higher.
Com certeza, jogos multiplayer preenchem completamente a conexão social que eu preciso ter com outras pessoas nesses tempos de isolamento, e é o mais próximo que a gente pode ter de experiências reais com pessoas que estão longe da gente.
You get to travel all over the world in games, which is something I've always taken for granted. At the moment I'm playing Ghost of Tsushima and
music or whatever, and it's just fine for me to have the time to play with friends or even with my family, to have a lot of fun.
I've been mostly at home with small children, and gaming is the only thing that I get to do for myself anymore. I find it's not only an escape, it's also a way to challenge my brain.
Gaming is becoming clearly more important for a lot of people. You know, play is a natural instinct, and from Animal Crossing to The Last of Us Part 2 or Ori, yes, it's definitely an incredible time now to be a gamer, yes.
Hey everyone, I'm Vince Sampella, head of Respawn Entertainment. When we set out to create Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, we knew we wanted to bring the series back to its roots. The Medal of Honor franchise is known for its powerful and exciting single-player stories that put the player in the boots of a soldier who was there. It's a series that is grounded in history, which tells emotionally authentic stories. Peter Hirschman, who directed the original Medal of Honor in 1999, is back at the helm of this project. You'll hear more from him in just a bit. Peter and I actually worked together on Medal of Honor Allied Assault in 2002, and I'm really happy he's joined us at Respawn to craft a completely new experience in VR. The team is creating a riveting and emotional journey through World War II like you've never seen or played. It weaves in the personal stories of the veterans and survivors of the war through powerful interviews that help set the stage for what players will experience. It's more than just a game. And we could not be more excited to show the world the next look at Medal of Honor Above and Beyond and the game's action-packed story. Let's take a look.
This is the first time some of you will see combat. I know you're scared. Let me be clear with all of you. I'm scared too.
Welcome to France, gentlemen. I lead the local resistance cell. Something big is happening inside Gestapo headquarters, and we don't know what it is.
We're gonna have to improvise here.
Members of the resistance are perhaps the bravest people fighting in this war. But you really should stop. There is no future in it.
Sorry to interrupt. Lieutenant? It'll be a wild ride, but we'll get you there.
Jet fighters, brace yourselves!
Like I said, boom!
things, as people, I'm willing to sacrifice myself for.
Somehow, this motley crew has been tasked with saving civilization. God help us all.
Thank you so much, Vince. That looks incredible. And now we're here with Respawn Entertainment's Peter Hirschman, game director on Medal of Honor Above and Beyond, to talk more about their new VR experience. Peter, I got to say, the trailer really grabbed me. Such an incredible story that you're telling to. Tell us a bit about this single-player experience. What can we expect?
Well, Jeff, thank you for having us on the show. I'm representing a whole team back at Respawn that's been working really hard on this, and it's so exciting to premiere the trailer with you. Medal of Honor, going back to its roots, was always about putting the player in the boots of a soldier fighting in World War II. And with VR, we're able to do that in almost a literal way. It's definitely the most immersive experience, most immersive combat experience I've ever been able to work on. And the story follows you as a player being recruited into the Office of Strategic Services, commonly known as the OSS. And their mission was sabotage, espionage, search and rescue, everything in between. You name it, they did it. And they're known by a different set of initials now, the CIA. But during World War II, they sent operatives all over Europe, deep behind enemy lines. And that allows us to tell a story where you get to go to these places and locations and participate in events that really helped shape the outcome of the war.
One of the things I love about the trailer is you can tell there's a lot of interactivity in the environment, emergent gameplay. You got the piano and other things in there. Tell us a bit about how you're using that to tell the story. It seems like it's all kind of through a first-person perspective, but there are some story sequences. How do you tell the story?
Oh, well, we shot over 120 pages of narrative, which is more than some feature films. We had a huge international cast of phenomenal actors, and it was fantastic. And the story follows a classic three-act structure. Act one is working with the French resistance, getting ready for the invasion. Act two is D-Day itself and the fight to get to Berlin. And then the third act is dealing with the Nazi secret weapon program, which involved things like the 262 jet and the V2 rocket and things that could have really turned the tide of the war if we hadn't stopped them. So you get to go on this journey, this story. And the story is shot all from your perspective. Because it's VR, your head is the camera. We don't have cutscenes. We don't have edits. Everything revolves around your perspective. So you experience this story completely in first person as if you are there. So it creates a much more intimate and emotional connection with the characters and the things going on around you. It was an incredible way to shoot. One of our animators stood in for the player throughout the 3 weeks that we were on stage. And all the actors are always reacting and talking to you directly. And in VR, it's such a powerful thing. It's all about building that emotional connection, and it just makes the experience all the more authentic.
Well, you and Vince, I know this series is really close to your heart, and I'm like, wow, there's so much there to experience. It looks really rich and detailed, obviously authentic as well. Paying tribute to everyone that was involved in the war. I wanted to ask you also about multiplayer, which is something that Respawn is really known for, and you've had a great single player experience. But I hear you might also be doing MP too.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, the thing about VR is that, I've spent we've known each other a long time. So much of your career trying to map natural human movements to a controller, and just figuring out things like making feel good, and one of the hardest ones is leaning. And in VR, you know how you duck? You just duck. And how you lean in VR, you just lean. And so the ability to lean around a corner, just kind of peek around the corner and see where the bad guy is is just it heightens the tension so much. It makes it feel all the more real. And when you put that into a multiplayer experience, it just raises it to a whole nother level. So we are shipping, in addition to the campaign, we are shipping a full suite of VR modes, including a few that you can only do in VR. And we're really excited about people playing those, after it comes out.
Wow. Well, definitely a full-blown VR experience. I got to say, I'm really excited to put the headset on and try this. And it's coming out later this year, right?
Coming out holiday. So, yeah, fasten your seatbelts. We are so excited to bring it to players. We've been working on it a long time. Like you mentioned, it's a passion project for Vince and I and everyone at Respawn. It's a wonderful full circle experience for a lot of us that started our careers working on those original set, going back first one and Allied Assault, and now to be able to bring Above and Beyond to a whole new generation is one of the most exciting things we've been involved with.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Peter. Opening Night Live will be right back. And in the meantime, here's a look at a new game that is launching tonight.
The world was broken, fractured by the magic the Vow Keepers said they would protect us from. Spellstorms still rage across the ruins of the Hollowlands. This is proof, they said. It isn't safe. It can't be controlled. Magic cannot be used. But I am a battle mage. I have broken my vow, and now I fight to break free.
So many great games in Xbox Game Pass, and many of tonight's games are in it as well. Every year at Gamescom, we like to highlight some incredible games made in Germany. And tonight, we have a special announcement about one of the most legendary German games of all time, created by Factor 5. Enjoy.
最初タリカンの音楽を聴いた時に曲が素晴らしいだけじゃなくてアミガのサウンドそのものも素晴らしいと思いましたね。日本じゃ本当に聴いたことがなかった音楽でした。
Factor 5 was so far ahead of the curve, and each of their games pushed game technology as far as possible. I'd say they're one of the greatest indie developers of all time.
サウンドはすごいわ、グラフィックは綺麗だわ、ゲームプレイも滑らかで満足いくものだわで、本当にすごかった。今回タリカンのコレクションが出るってことをとても嬉しく思っているし、これはまた当時みたいにみんなに見せて歩きたいなと思っています。
This was the first game that allowed me to completely fulfill my musical vision. It defined my career, and the fans have been there ever since. To this day, it's one of my proudest works.
In June, Bungie revealed a new era of Destiny 2 that starts on November 10th with Beyond Light. For the first time ever, Guardians will add a new elemental power to their arsenal, the dark power of Stasis. With Stasis, players will take on the powers of darkness to control and dominate the battle. Here's an all-new look at Stasis from Destiny 2 Beyond Light.
The floodgates are open. The darkness is here. As you step away from the light, we need only look inward. Focus your power. Let it grow. Our fight is far from over.
Come! This is their fate. One after another.
One more award to give out tonight, and that is Best Sony PlayStation Game. So, without further ado, the winner is Cyberpunk 2077. Congratulations. Of course, there are even more awards than the ones I announced tonight. So check out the Gamescom Awards user voting, where you can vote for your favorite streamer, Gamescom's Most Wanted, and Best of Gamescom. The winners will be revealed at Gamescom Best of Show, along with cool cosplayers, esports, and more. So tune in on Sunday, August 30th at 8 p.m. Central European Time to see the grand finale of this year's Gamescom, where we give gamers the stage. That's it for me tonight. But before I turn it back to Jeff, I just want to say that I hope everyone out there is staying safe and healthy. We're all in this together, so take care. Back to you, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Sydney, and it's great to have you on the show again this year. All right, well, a lot of people have been wondering, what will the next generation of gaming feel like? How will it be different? What is that generational difference? Well, back in June, we saw the announcement of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart from Insomniac Games, a title which uses the power of PlayStation 5, the SSD hard drive, and the DualSense controller to create an experience that Insomniac says is only possible on brand new hardware. Well, now it's time for you to decide if you see the difference. Here's an extended, uninterrupted demo of live PlayStation 5 gameplay of Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. Enjoy.
We're back. And not far from where we last saw him. We may still have time to put a stop to this.
Hey, I think I found the wombat!
Oh dear.
Let's show him how it's done. All right, bringing out the big guns. Feels good to be back in action. Last one. The train's pulling away. Let's go.
Now I definitely gotta miss my train.
Ratchet and Clank, I've been looking everywhere for you.
Put down the Dimensionator, Nefarious.
Put down the Dimensionator. Yeah, right. Today, I will finally be free of the both of you. Soon, everything you see will be mine. Say goodbye. What did you do?
Was that supposed to happen?
Hitting Nefarious's device seems to have destabilized reality.
The bridge is shot! There has to be another way across.
The rifts appeared to react to your device. Try pointing it at one of them. That was rather exciting.
Games before trade! Wait! Robo! What? That's all of them. Whoa! Watch your head!
This is worse than I had imagined.
Everyone look! It's Ratchet and Clank!
Sand sharks from above.
My heroes!
A kraken? Or at least a very large octopus. I will never get used to that.
Hey, at least we're on the same planet this time. Nefarious is on the other side of that building. Let's get moving before he does anything else to break reality.
Did Dr. Nefarious really resurface after all these years just to try and take over the universe again?
Yeah, I kind of wish he was doing a worse job.
He must have more planned than he is telling us.
That's what I'm afraid of. Can't wait to see what's new.
Get him, Robo-Mike!
More butts? That's all of them. We have to get the Dimensionator away from Nefarious.
The dimensions are weakening considerably.
How bad is it?
Well, it is certainly not good.
Great!
Where are we?
Beats me.
Beast!
Boy?
We've been boarded! Get off me! Out of creature!
Clank!
Ratchet. We are too late. Ratchet?
Who?
PlayStation.
There you have it, Ratchet & Clank, Rift Apart, and now I am joined by Marcus Smith and Mike Daly from Insomniac Games. Guys, it was so great to see that long, uninterrupted demo of Rift Apart, and I have so many questions. It's amazing to see what you're doing with the power of PS5 and the SSD. Let me ask you first, Marcus, what are you able to do with Rift Apart that you haven't been able to do before in a Ratchet game because of the power of PS5?
I mean, first and foremost, it's just pure horsepower. Enables us to fill our worlds with the kind of density and life that we've never been able to do before. More importantly, perhaps, though, is the dimensional shifting that we have going on, which uses the SSD that allows us to fling the player from planet to planet to planet lightning fast, like in way, way faster than anything we've ever been able to do before.
Yeah, the Rift tether, we saw that in the demo. We had seen some of that in the trailer. So that's all actual gameplay. Mike, I'm curious, like how does that work as you kind of play through the game? Are there certain moments and levels where you can jump, or how do you play through that?
Yeah, so in the game, there is dimensional damage spread throughout the galaxy that Ratchet and Clank have to find a way to fix. And you can find these weak points in space-time that you can pull to you with your Rift tether. It's like being able to lasso a portal. And that enables you to basically like warp across the world to find new places to discover or gain a tactical advantage in combat.
Wow, yeah, I got to say, like when you see that and you imagine the jumping from multiple worlds at instantaneously almost, and it sounds like there's no load screens throughout the entire game.
That's right. We're going seamless.
That's right. Yep.
Wow. All right. You so confident, both of you say it. I like it. Now, let me ask you about DualSense. That's something that is a big part of PS5. I've had a chance to hands on with the controller, with the adaptive triggers and the haptics. How are you using that to sort of impact the gameplay of Rift Apart?
So at the heart of every Ratchet & Clank game is a powerful arsenal of weapons that just exude a ton of personality. And the DualSense is sort of like, it feels like it was made for Ratchet & Clank just because the haptics give us a whole new layer for the weapons to express themselves. So for example, your burst pistol, of course it gives you like a satisfying click or kick with every bullet. But when you throw the shatter bomb, you can actually feel the energy pulsing off the grenade fade away as it gets further apart from you. Basically, the haptics are expressive enough that every weapon feels different and you can tell what you're holding. But of course, the adaptive trigger takes that to a functional level where, in addition to the trigger pull feeling unique, we can actually use that as a super intuitive way to add alternate functions to the weapons. So, for example, in the demo, we've got the Enforcer, which is a double-barreled shotgun. You can pull the trigger part of the way down until you hit resistance to fire a single barrel, and then whenever you feel like it's the right time, pull it the rest of the way for a double shot. So you might be swarmed by a bunch of little enemies. You only want to waste one shot on them, and then wait a minute for even more to swarm in before finishing them off. But a big guy, you probably want to just give both barrels to right away. So there's a nice intuitive way of basically raising the skill ceiling and giving you more ways to play better.
Wow. No, I'm excited to see how you guys are going to roll that out across what I'm sure are an insane, group of weapons as always. Plot-wise, Marcus, tell us a bit about this game. I think some fans have wondered, does this tie into the movie plot line, the game plot line? Like, tell us in the Ratchet-verse where this sits.
Yeah. Well, canonically, this is an extension of Ratchet & Clank Into the Nexus, the 2013 game. But it's a standalone adventure. So it's one that, even if you've never played a Ratchet & Clank game, you can get into it and you'll understand it and you'll enjoy it. For hardcore fans, we have a lot of nods. You're gonna see a lot of returning characters and planets and see them all through a whole new light of multiple dimensionality.
Yeah, no, this Rift Tether thing I think looks really exciting. And how often, is that something we saw in the demo? Is that something you're going to see frequently in the game? Are there special moments? I guess I'm curious how often you use that technique for gameplay.
So the Rift Tether has created these anomalies all throughout the galaxy. You'll encounter those pretty often. There's even a few more types of dimensional damage you'll encounter that we haven't shown yet. Okay. Now, being pulled between worlds, that's localized to chasing after Dr. Nefarious in the demo. And that's sort of reserved for special moments when you really have to, when the dimensional damage really tears wide open.
Well, I got to say, it looks incredible. And then at the end, we got another tease of this female Lombax. I know you guys have confirmed she is playable in parts of the game. I think everyone wants to know, though, do we have a name for her?
The world is more interesting with mysteries, and we're going to have to keep this one a little longer.
Do we get a number of letters in her name or anything?
Too many smart people on the internet. They'll figure it out right away.
She's not named Abby, though, right? All right, well, we'll have to wait and see what you guys have in store for us. I got to say, it looks incredible. The Ratchet games are always so much fun, and as you said, when you think of the power of SSD and the DualSense all coming together, it looks really exciting. Before we go, though, I think everyone around the world wants to know when we're going to get to play this game. Anything you can share with us on where you're at in development right now?
Mike?
So Ratchet & Clank is coming out in the PS5 launch window. So we haven't announced a specific release date yet, so stay tuned for that.
What kind of window? Is it big window? So, no, I'm just kidding. All right, that's all we're going to get, I'm sure. Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart coming in the launch window for PlayStation 5. I got to say, Insomniac, we're so excited about what you guys are doing across PlayStation, and the game looks incredible. So thank you so much for all you've done, and we look forward to seeing more of Rift Apart soon.
Thanks, Jeff. Take care.
All right, Marcus and Mike from Insomniac, thanks for showing us that first look at Ratchet & Clank or PlayStation 5. And that's going to do it for Opening Night Live. Thank you so much for watching from around the world, and make sure to stay tuned all weekend for more live Gamescom coverage at gamescom.global. As for us, we'll see you later this year for the Game Awards 2020. Our team is hard at work to build a very special live show for you coming in December. We'll see you then. Good night.
Welcome to the Gamescom Opening Night Live Post Show. I'm your host, Damon Hatfield. Before we get started, just a reminder to head to www.gamescom.global to see all the newest games content, check out the full schedule so you don't miss a thing, and sign up for an account to personalize your Gamescom experience. You can also check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom's official Twitch and YouTube, and stay in touch via TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. Joining me now to discuss everything that was revealed during Opening Night Live, please welcome IGN's Miranda Sanchez, and from Webedia, Sebastian Osowski and Michael Obermeyer, joining us from thousands of miles away in Germany. What a time to be alive. Lady and gentlemen, thank you for joining me today.
How are you doing?
Doing great.
Hey, everyone.
Just saw a lot of very cool looking games. Let's begin with one of the biggest games that was on the show, a PlayStation 5 exclusive, which we know is coming somewhere in the launch window of the PS5. Ratchet & Clank, A Rift Apart. We got to see an extended demo today. Lots of footage that was in the reveal that we saw earlier in the summer, but this was a nice, big, long, uninterrupted gameplay clip. Miranda, how are you feeling about this one?
I'm actually very excited. I've never played a Ratchet & Clank game. It's never really super appealed to me, but the sheer impressive animations and like the particles and just like the overall presentation of this game really has me drawn in. I think this is the game that I'm like, wow, this is the next generation of games. Like, this is what they're going to look like, and there's the potential here that is super exciting. I think especially, again, I touched on the animations, but if you really pay attention throughout this entire gameplay trailer, like the animations of the enemies or even just like the people running around, and especially the animations that you get during the actual Rift tethering is so cool.
Yeah, I agree. This is a game that to me is actually looking like something next gen. Michael, were you impressed with the gameplay demo? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Seb, how about you?
I mean, at the beginning of the demo, I thought, well, what did they need hardware for? The new hardware is not necessarily needed here. But then when the demo progressed and we went through these portals, I was like, okay, wow, yeah, this is a PS5 game.
Yeah, the portal switching, I guess rifting, that looks very, very cool. And there's also just really big, gigantic set pieces happening all around you. And of course, at least in the demo that we saw today, there's no breaks in the action, no loading times. The developers are claiming that you can play through the whole game without the gameplay ever being stopped, ever having to wait for load times. Of course, that sort of remains to be seen until we get the game into our hands, but the promise of that is definitely very exciting. Miranda, would you agree?
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at next gen, you're like, okay, well, what could they possibly do besides like better graphics? We want better frame rates. We want that 4K. Those are like all the checks in the box, right? And next, like the big thing that everyone is looking to are those loading times, like looking at that speed, like how seamless of a game can you give us? And them touting this at the very forefront, at the very beginning of this generation, this next generation, is very exciting because, you know, this is only the start, right? And we always look at every console generation and see how much they evolve over time. So this is the beginning. It's very exciting.
Yeah, we are still, of course, waiting on the actual release date for the PlayStation 5, but Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart is coming within the release window, they say. Michael, what does that mean to you? Like, do you think we could still get this game before the end of 2020, or do you think maybe like the first quarter of 2021?
I mean, they need a strong lineup to sell the console, so actually bringing this out when the PlayStation 5 launches will be very important for them. So my hopes are that it's out before the end of 2020, but maybe we have to wait until spring 2021.
Yeah, it's unclear how big the launch window is that Sony is considering.
Yeah.
But let's move on to a big game that actually is coming this year and does have a release date. It's Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. We know this one is coming out on November 13th. Seb, you're excited for this one?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, Cold War era is something that I was always excited about in school, and we live in Germany here, so we were very close to the wall. I'm from eastern part of Germany, so I basically live behind the curtain. So seeing this game tackling this era is very, very close to my heart.
Miranda, I know you play a lot of Call of Duty. Are you excited for Cold War?
Yes, as I have posted for once, this is the first time I'm actually excited about a Call of Duty campaign. I'm a multiplayer person. Every time I get Call of Duty, I usually jump straight to multiplayer. That's changed a little bit since I started reviewing the game, but I think this has the potential to be something really interesting and to shake up what we expect from Call of Duty campaigns. As Seb mentioned, I also really enjoy the Cold War. I think that conflict is really interesting, and I think it's going to pose some very neat aspects of gameplay for the campaign. And it is done by Raven instead of Treyarch, so that's really exciting because they're usually a support studio.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of neat and funny that they've got fully animated and voice acted Ronald Reagan in the game.
Very weird.
Michael, how are you feeling about Cold War?
The 80s aesthetics is one thing that really speaks to me. The other thing is this combination of they have this made-up conspiracy theories in the game, and also they're basing it on true declassified US secret files. And this combination with reality blending over into fiction is really interesting.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've played a Call of Duty campaign, but like you, Michael, the 80s setting is very appealing to me, so I might have to check out that one. Let's talk about a big game. We know it's been developed it's in development for a long time. We don't know much about it, though, is Dragon Age 4. Today, we got to see a sort of behind-the-scenes video with the developers. They didn't show us, much, didn't give us much information, but I don't know, for me, this was like the first time I just thought it was really nice to know, okay, this game is definitely in deep development. It's being written, voice acting is being recorded, animations are being recorded. So that's sort of like reassuring to me. Miranda, how are you feeling about Dragon Age 4?
I don't know if you saw my little dance there, but I'm super excited. Like, even though we're just getting a little teased, obviously it's just very much in development. I think Solas's character arc is really interesting. They made a funny joke about some people like wanting to marry Solas, some people wanting to kill Solas, and some people being in the middle of both. And that's me. I'm in the both. Like, we could kill him, marry him, and then kill him right after, and be great. Just Dragon Age is such a fantastic franchise, and I think one thing that I really loved about this too is you got so much of the behind-the-scenes information, right? Of like watching them working on this game that is obviously very much in development, and I really love the potential they have here for these environments that are really vibrant. I love the character designs that they've showcased. I super love these Dragon Age characters a lot, and I think they do a great job writing them. And so getting a little tease at the characters that they're developing now is really exciting for me.
Yeah, even though we're still just seeing very early in development gameplay, glimpses, it's enough to start getting excited about. Seb, do you think this one is still a ways off? Like, will we play this 2021, 2022?
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, they're only showing concept art, and there's basically nothing that's real right now, except that we know that there's, as Miranda said, there's voice recording, and there's everything else being transformed into that game right now, but there's no actual gameplay. And I think we still have to wait a very long time before we see it, and there's a lot at stake for BioWare here. After Andromeda and after Anthem, there's a lot at stake.
Yeah, I agree. Michael, how about you? Was what we saw today enough for you to start getting excited for Dragon Age 4?
Not really. I mean, Zeb already mentioned it. There's a lot at stake for BioWare. I mean, I'm a huge Mass Effect fan. I also like the Dragon Age games, but Mass Effect was always my favorite. But this is the game they really have to nail. If this flops, this will be very, very bad for BioWare's reputation going forward. So I think they better get this right and take the time they need. But as we've seen no gameplay today, I think this is a ways off.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Well, another game, a game that is not very far off is Star Wars Squadrons. It's coming this October. It's got a campaign that was written by former IGN editor Mitch Dyer. I know, Miranda, you said before that you're excited to jump into Star Wars Squadrons. Anything you saw today sort of piqued your interest?
Yeah, I like that we're getting kind of a story element to it. And will double mention that Mitch is a very good friend of mine. I have another friend who worked on this game. So just to preface that very intensely. Yeah. So I am very excited to check out what they have in store for here.
We're starting to get I think we got a glimpse of campaign gameplay today. Leia was in the trailer here. It still remains to be seen how much she's in the game, if at all. But also we know that popular Star Wars character Wedge Antilles is at least in the game. Seb, is this a game you're going to be flying around in this fall?
Yeah, probably very much so. I mean, it looks fantastic. The gameplay feels very, very good. But the one thing that I'm kind of worried is that EA is not really... I mean, they're not showcasing it enough, in my opinion. There's not much PR, not much marketing right now, and this is not far off. So I don't really get why such a special game is not getting more coverage from that side.
Yeah, I agree. That is a little strange. Right now, we need to take a quick break, but we'll be back to discuss more of the games that were shown off during Gamescom opening night live, so don't go anywhere. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action. Welcome back to our recap of all the reveals from Gamescom opening night live. We've talked about massive franchises like Star Wars, Ratchet & Clank, Dragon Age, and somehow there's still lots to unpack. Here to discuss everything else, I'm joined once again by Miranda Sanchez, Sebastian Osowski, and Michael Obermeyer. Welcome back, everyone.
Hey.
So Fall Guys, the game is having a bit of a moment right now. It's kind of the game of the moment, and Fall Guys Season 2
Bit of a moment.
was revealed. Miranda, I know you've been playing a lot of Fall Guys. Season 2 is adding medieval costumes and traps. Are you excited for this one?
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun playing with friends. It's one of the few games I can play with all of my siblings. Like, there's a lot of belly laughs whenever you get into some very silly situations here. You're all just like screaming at the screen. It's like, why did I make it through there? Get out of my way. Stop holding on to me. So There's a lot of really great fun here. And I like that they are dedicating their seasons to themes. Medieval is very fun, especially since we're getting into that fall season. And I think, you have the witches, you got the dragons, you got some fun cosmetics coming.
Michael, how about you? Have you been playing Fall Guys?
Yeah, actually I won my first crown, I think, last week, and it was one of the greatest moments of my life.
Congratulations.
Now, really, all the excitement and the spectacle, this is one of the greatest multiplayer games I've played in a long time. I'm really happy that they're continuing this trend. I mean, it's a huge success for them. I don't think they expected these sales numbers in that short amount of time. And as Miranda already said, I like it really much that they put their seasons in special themes, and I hope that they continue this a long time. It's a great game.
Yeah, it's been very fun. We also learned it's the most downloaded PlayStation Plus game of all time. Seb, how about you? Are you a Fall guy?
Well, yeah, sort of yes and sort of no, because I get way too aggressive. Like, my emotions, I go crazy, and there's better no one around when I play these kind of games, because there's always competition. When there's competition, I get really, really emotional. So,
wow.
Fall Guys, yeah, it's like sports, and I don't want anyone close to me when I play this game.
Thanks for the warning. A game that was shown off today that apparently had been announced before, but I wasn't aware of, but I think it looks very, very cool, was Teardown. Miranda, can you explain a little bit more about what this game is all about? It appears it uses sort of a Minecraft art style to create completely destructible environments where you have to pull off a heist.
Yes, absolutely. So this had kind of been making the rounds on social media. Like, you especially saw all this fantastic destruction as you're seeing right now. As you said, the idea is that you're supposed to pull off a heist using anything that you have at your disposal. And I think the most exciting part is that even though it does have kind of like that fun, almost Minecraft-y aesthetic to it, it does have like an element of realism to it, and especially in its physics. As you'll see, like, any of those explosions just look really cool, and like the fire looks great, and you actually have to extinguish it or other stuff will catch on fire. And I think the interactivity here is what's really eye-catching, and I'm glad to see it get more of a spotlight. So right now, I think I was reading, because it's an indie developer, smaller developer, smaller team, and they were saying that right now all they have is just pulling off heists. The whole idea is you got to go in, get your stuff, and get out before security comes. And honestly, that's enough for me. I've probably just run around and just destroying everything. Like, I was one of those kids where I love playing with the Legos, but then destroying at the end is also part of the fun too. So
yeah, I totally agree. I don't think we're seeing other players in these environments, though. Do we know if it's a single or multiplayer game?
I'm not too sure. I will have to check out Tuxedo Labs. That's the developer's names, their website for Teardown.
Yeah. Michael, what do you think about this one?
What I'm curious about is, do we already know if this comes with a level editor or something that the community can do their own levels? Because I think that's would make this game really great if they can do their own heists and give it a long legs to last very long.
Yeah, I agree.
I really like what I see so far.
Yeah, that would be very cool, even if they have to add that later on down the line. Yeah. Seb, how about you? Interested in Teardown?
This looks really, really stressful to me. I mean, I already start sweating only looking at it. So it's maybe a pass for me, but I'm not sure yet.
Roger that. We got another look this morning, or today, depending on where you are in the world, at Medal of Honor Above and Beyond. New, it's at least playable in VR. I guess I'm not sure if it's only a VR game. Miranda, are you sure on that one?
Yes, this is a VR game.
Just totally VR game, but developed by Respawn, one of the best shooter developers working today. It's a full single-player experience. It's coming out this holiday. Michael, is this one on your radar?
I'm a big Respawn fan. I have to be honest, I would have liked it better if they announced something Titanfall related, but I'm fine with Medal of Honor as well. And after Titanfall 2, you know that this team can pull off an amazing single-player campaign. And I mean, they're going full on VR on this one, so they're really concentrating on VR features. We've seen in the trailer very different and varied gameplay. Looks really cool. The only thing I'm not so sure about is this seems to be an Oculus exclusive. Really sad for all the people who don't have an Oculus-powered headset. Would be cool to get it on PlayStation VR and other VR headsets.
Sure.
But we have to wait and see.
Sure. Seb, do you play a lot of VR games?
Well, not really, no. And I'm honest here. This is a war game, and playing a VR game and combined with this setting, it's difficult for me to really feel something about this. And I already said it. Playing a game, this is set in World War II. I don't know. I'm not so sure.
All right, so you're taking a little bit of a wait and see approach to that. Let's talk about Destiny 2 Beyond Light. Miranda, is this a new expansion for Destiny 2? What is Beyond Light?
Yeah, so we got this new expansion that was delayed. It was supposed to come out a little bit earlier. But honestly, I actually have kind of fallen out with Destiny. I played a ton of Shadowkeep, but I am interested in coming back for this because we got a Frost Warlock, and I am a Warlock player, and this looks super cool to me.
Nice. Michael, how about you? Do you play Destiny 2?
I played Destiny 2, but I think it would be insane to say anything more about the game and give Zeb
Yeah,
his
I was gonna say,
I'm so excited.
because
Yeah.
he's dying to talk about Destiny 2.
This is your
I mean,
moment.
everything they've been showing so far gets me excited. I mean, this new power, stasis, and everything you've been seeing, every subclass is basically changing. It's a game changer. It's going to change PvE and PvP. We're seeing the Revenant for the Hunter right now. He's basically throwing an axe and everything is gone. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this new, basically the darkness is going to change the relationship to your ghosts as well. Because what Bungie already gave away is that this is only the beginning of a fundamental change for everything we know about Destiny. So I'm super excited. I'm basically beyond excited here.
Wow. Your excitement is getting me excited. Beyond Light is out November 10th. Another game that was shown off today that looked very cool, but unfortunately does not have a release date yet, was 12 Minutes. I believe this was shown off at a previous Xbox conference. This is the game where you play as someone that's trapped in a time loop, and it has an incredible voice cast. Who is it? It's James McAvoy, Daisy Ridley, and Willem Dafoe. I think this game is looking very cool. Michael, how about you?
The concept is super cool. I mean, you're playing this whole thing from this top-down perspective. It's only taking place in this one apartment, and it's this loop of 12 minutes. You're playing as the husband who's having a quiet evening with his wife, and then suddenly a policeman or somebody who says he's a policeman bursts into the apartment, and then afterwards someone winds up dead. And you have to somehow avoid this, and it repeats over and over and over. You have to check out the apartment and see how you can possibly stop this intruder. And with the voice cast, I mean, Willem Dafoe will probably be the bad guy. That's just what I'm assuming. Great choice. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, the game looks very, very cool. To learn more, our own Michael Swaim is doing an interview with the director, Luis Antonio, on our Gamescom Daily Show on Friday, August 29th. That's tomorrow, so hopefully we'll learn more then. Before we wrap up here, how about Doom Eternal? Playing more Doom Eternal, the DLC. We got the first trailer for The Ancient Gods Part 1. Michael, you're a big Doom Eternal fan?
Huge Doom Eternal fan, and I've had the great opportunity to talk to the main developers, Hugo Martin, and he talked to me about the DLC, and he says the Ancient Gods Part 1 and Part 2 together are their Return of the Jedi. So the finale of the new Doom trilogy, which kind of speaks volumes about how much they're putting at stake here. He didn't give too much away about the story of Part 1, but what he did give away is a teaser for Part 2, because you're going to face off against the Dark Lord of Hell. Players have only heard his voice before, but at the end of Part 2, you're going to face him. What really surprised me about the DLC is there won't be any new weapons or new skills in the game, because they say the gameplay loop is perfect and perfectly balanced the way it is, so they couldn't add anything else. But there will be new levels, new monsters, new zones. And they said the race car is the same, the Slayer, but they're putting it on a new racetrack, and that's their mantra for the DLC.
Well, yeah, I think I'm okay with no new weapons or skills, because there was already a lot to learn in the first game. But I am excited to get back to it. Miranda, Sev, Michael, thank you so much for joining me today to talk about everything that was shown off at Opening Night Live. We need to take a quick break, but we will be back to discuss more of the games that were shown off, so don't go anywhere.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Every year for the last decade, hundreds of thousands of gamers from around the world have gathered to celebrate their passion at Gamescom, making it the biggest event of its kind on planet Earth. And this year, Gamescom Studio is bringing the action right into your homes, or wherever you're watching. You just caught some great new reveals during opening night live, and the fun continues with more trailers, demos, and deeper dives on hotly anticipated games like the next-gen looter slasher Godfall or interstellar ship battler EVERSPACE 2. Plus, an all-new episode of IGN's next-gen console watch, and lots more. Get ready, because Gamescom Studio is bringing the heart of gaming to you starting right now.
Embrace the software.
In a world gone strange, one elite force stands against the darkness. But even they could use some help.
Oh, hey there. Have you ever thought of pursuing an exciting career in extracurricular law enforcement?
Sam, we're a little busy here.
Calm down, Max. I'm engaging this promising new cadet.
Cadets, schmadets, we need more ammo! So, when can you start?
The freelance police are back.
Hello! Oh, it's you.
I'm Sam, and this is my huggable partner, Max.
Please don't hug me.
And this time, it's virtual.
You have the right to get blown up. If you don't want to get blown up now, that's too bad, because you're going to get blown up now.
Eliminate evil. Make interesting friends. Master advanced weaponry.
Again!
Save the world.
Is this some kind of joke?
Here, slip on this little beauty for effect.
Sam, I'm blind! Oh, hello, miss.
Hello and welcome to Gamescom Studio. I am Max Scoville, one of the several talking heads you will see on here in between footage of brand new video games like that trailer for Sam and Max we just saw. And I promise in just a moment we're going to bombard you with 4 brand new game trailers. But first, let's just take a quick look at what is in store today. Very soon, we're going to have an in-depth look at Godfall. That's the next-gen slasher looter a lot of people are looking forward to. And then some new gameplay from EVERSPACE 2. And then later on, an all-new episode of IGN's next-gen console watch. Brian Altano and Casey DeFritas, did I forget anything?
You forgot to say that you can head to www.gamescom.global to see all the newest gaming content, check out the full event schedule so you don't miss anything, and sign up for an account to personalize your Gamescom experience.
And not to, beat a dead horse here, but you also left out the part where you can go check out all the streams and videos on Gamescom's official Twitch and YouTube, or stay in touch via TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram. So really, you screwed up a lot here today.
Wowzers, I'm absent-minded to the point of incompetence, and I'm glad you're both here to remind me. Now, I seem to remember promising that we had a bunch of new trailers, so let us all stop talking and check out some games.
Trailers.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me, to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitor channel.
Adam, you're still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. setting us all free. And now it can't be for nothing. For once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
100 years ago, a whole clan disappeared, like shadows that dissipate at dawn. You are the ultimate warrior of your kin, a cursed being wielding shadow powers, on a mission to protect this land from the blazing fire of the enemy. But where one might fail, a whole fellowship shall succeed. From darkness, the Shadow Clan has returned.
You just caught 4 brand new trailer reveals right here on Gamescom Studio. Let's discuss them amongst ourselves. So first things first, we got to look at Pharaoh New Era. This is, I believe, a revisitation of Pharaoh, which is an isometric city building game originally released way back in 1999. It was created by Impressions Games and published by Sierra. We got what looks like mostly kind of a cinematic sort of animated trailer, but it's still really, really gorgeous. There's one shot at the end that kind of gives you an idea of what it's going to look like. But yeah, Casey, what was your take on this?
Well, the trailer was really beautiful. I really enjoyed the animation, but isometric city building games are a great, relaxing way to kind of pass the time. I recently have been playing Surviving Mars and Tropico, and though I haven't played the original Pharaoh, I do assume that it might be like something similar to that.
Yeah, no, I'm curious if this is an entirely new from the ground up installment, or if this is kind of revisiting the original. A New Era kind of could be interpreted either way. But yeah, I mean, it's cool to see, you know, older games getting a new fresh coat of paint, or, you know, older IPs getting dusted off. Brian, did this do anything for you?
Yeah, I actually really like the art direction of the cutscenes here. Everything seems really clean, and I think I was worried about the setting being a little sparse, but they showed us a little bit of gameplay at the end of the trailer that showed this like incredibly dense city, which is obviously probably not as dense as things used to be back then. It looks, you know, more like modern day Tokyo, but with an Egyptian spin. But I'm still really into it. I'm wondering if there will be sort of fantasy elements making sort of like a more prevalent role in this game, because there's definitely the opportunity for that, but I guess we'll see.
That would be really cool. It's also odd for me to point out, but I really like the audio effects at the end. I think the birds chirping and such.
Birds are cool. I would be cool if some bird-headed deities showed up. Then, of course, we got to look at Project Cars 3, which is a little bit less of a big surprise because the game is actually out this weekend. This is coming out. This is, you know, Project Cars' long-running racing series, or, you know, third installment anyway. This one adds full VR support on PC, which I've seen like a few, you know, YouTube clips of in action, but I haven't actually seen. You know, it's kind of one thing to look at it, a video, as opposed to actually putting a thing on your head and being in a very fast car. But yeah, this looks gorgeous.
I love VR in general, and with Oculus, it's pretty easy to set that up to a PC. That said, racing games in VR are extremely hit or miss for me. They're either like the most amazing realistic things on earth, or just pure nausea inducing. So we'll see how this one goes. It's all about comfort settings and options. And I tend to have my sea legs with VR, but racing can throw me off. One thing that seemed interesting about this game is they said they have basically the largest grids ever, which is some of the biggest race courses ever, which is cool when you're in the lead, but when you're in like 3rd or 4th place, you're spending like, 15, 20 minutes trying to catch up, which has definitely happened to me before too. But it looks really beautiful.
Yeah, now shifting gears, haha, card joke. Let's move over to a much more claustrophobic thing, which with much smaller grids. Observer System Redux. This is sort of the full retooling and overhaul of this wonderful cyberpunk horror game that Team Bloober put out a couple years ago. They're the ones who did Layers of Fear and Blair Witch. They're also making The Medium, which is coming out, I think, later this year. This is awesome. This is a really cool game, and it features Rutger Hauer, the Roy Batty himself from Blade Runner, who is, reprising, or not reprising, but playing yet another cyberpunk role. He's sort of known for being drawn to that. But he goes around basically investigating mysteries in this horrible claustrophobic cyberpunk sort of apartment complex.
Yeah. Layers of Fear and Blair Witch were both very, very close to hitting the mark for me. I'm a huge horror game fan, and so this is something I'm really into because the aesthetically it's stunning. I love sort of sci-fi cyberpunk stuff, and the intersection between that and horror has a big chance to be something really, really cool.
And then finally, we got Origami 2. We're actually going to have a little demo of that coming up in a little bit. But Casey, what did you make of that one?
So Origami 2 looks pretty cool. It's an action stealth game with co-op. I know the original came out around in 2016, and though it got kind of mixed reviews on Metacritic, it's really positively reviewed on Steam. And this one looks really cool. I mean, especially it's not just your run-of-the-mill ninja stealth game because you have shadow powers, and that's neat.
This reminds me of the kind of games we got during the PS2 GameCube era, and I really miss stuff like that. Sort of like action, high action stealth co-op type games that aren't like totally over the top in terms of cinematics, but really deliver like a fun experience.
Yeah, it looks like it'll be a lot of fun to play with friends.
Yep.
Yeah, I think like cooperative stealth stuff is such a cool idea. It also is like, it's one thing if you're doing stealth solo, you get to feel like sort of a lone wolf sneaking around, and if you completely screw up, then it's not the end of the world. No one saw it. But if you got 3 friends watching you and you totally botch a mission, that is another story entirely. But yeah, like we said, we've got lots more Origami 2 coming up. So let's take a look.
Hi everyone, I am Peter Rius, producer at LinterWorks. I hope you enjoyed the trailer you just saw. We are so happy to show you a sneak peek of our next title, Origami 2. When we launched Origami in 2016 and saw the massive support we got from you players, we felt we needed to expand the Origami universe. Origami 2 is set 100 years after the first title, and you are one of the last elite warriors with the mission to protect the Rashomon Valley and free the Origami enslaved by invader armies. Our goal with Origami 2 is to create a completely new experience with a lot of cool new features, but at the same time keeping the spirit and the gameplay we all loved from the first one. For this, I'll let David Leon, game director, explain to you some things about it.
Hi, I'm David Leon, game director of Origami 2. In the following months we'll be revealing more info on the game, but right now I wanted to share some insights on some of the main pillars of Origami 2. One of them is the combat system, and the other is the cooperative multiplayer mode. The game is still primarily a stealth game. We wanted you to also be able to enter into action-packed combats, finding the right balance between both playstyles. Combat in Origami 2 is tense and brutal, but when everything else fails, it may become your only option. The online multiplayer of Origami 2 has been built from the ground up. You can now play the full story by yourself in single player, or play online as part of a squad of up to 3 Shadow Assassins. We can't wait to show you more about Origami 2 in the future, so please stay tuned.
That was a look at Origami 2, and in just a bit, our pal Tom Marks will be taking a look at a cool new indie game called Retro Machina, and still to come, an all-new look at Godfall. You probably want to stick around for that, but first we need to take a very quick break. Gamescom Studio will be right back.
I just noticed you got the monkey.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Oh, hi, welcome back to Gamescom Studio. IGN's Deputy Reviews Editor Tom Marks loves indie games, and honestly it seems like he stepped out one. He's a really nice guy who wears bow ties and colorful sneakers, and back when we all worked in an office, he was always bringing in fresh baked pies, so it seemed fitting to give him a segment where he checked out cool indie games, and originally we called it Tom's Nook, as a cute play on Animal Crossing, but then we realized we'd probably get sued and go to jail, so instead we changed it to Check Out This Game. So anyway, here's Tom Marks in Check Out This Game.
Welcome to Check Out This Game, where we highlight exciting, under-the-radar games worth your attention. Our first of Gamescom 2020 is an isometric action game where you control a charming little robot in a long-destroyed retro-futuristic world. Here's exclusive gameplay of Retro Machina. Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN. And be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
And that was Tom Marks checking out Retro Machina. Coming up, Godfall is one of the most anticipated new games coming to next-gen consoles, and you're one of the most anticipating audience members watching this show, so we thought we'd bring you a little treat. Anyway, here's a look at the awesome new action RPG, Godfall. Take it away.
Godfall was the first game confirmed for PlayStation 5, and ever since then, the IGN audience has been super interested to learn more. There's been a pretty steady cadence of information coming out about the game. We're starting to get a better idea of what the game is going to look and play like. And now I'm joined by Keighley. He's game director on Godfall. Keith, thank you so much for joining me today.
So fun to be here. Thank you.
So let's dig into a little bit more. I think you wanted to talk a little bit more about the Valor Plates in Godfall. So what exactly are the Valor Plates?
So Valor Plates, think of them as weapon platforms for your character. So as you play, you can craft additional Valor Plates that have their own characteristics, their own capabilities, and more importantly, they have a different augment constellation that is associated with each Valor Plate. So think of each Valor Plate as having their own activation for capabilities. They all also have an always-on trait. So, for example, in this case, you have Typhon, and each of them would have a different elemental damage capability. And what's unique about Valor Plates is the fact that think of them as star constellations, where you have a constellation and you have augments that you can then pick up. And those augments can then be slotted into those nodes on the constellation. And they have to match the color of the augment against the constellation. And the fact that the proximity of those augments and how you arrange them affect the final output and the effect of your Valor Plate. So, for example, even if I have the same Valor Plate as you, if I have Typhon, and I also have exactly the same augments, the way we arrange them in your grid will actually impact and affect the final result of your Valor Plate. So you'll actually get a very different fingerprint depending on your play style and the way that you'd like to approach the game.
I see. So you mentioned crafting the Valor Plates. Is it a matter of finding crafting items in the world and then using those to build the Valor Plates?
Yes, you can acquire. What you need to do as you play is you acquire Valor Plate cores. So that's the fundamental resource for you to forge and to create your next Valor Plate. There are a total of 12 Valor Plates, including the first plate that you own, which is Silvermane. So the other 11, you can go back to your base, and then you can go to your forge and then construct them. And typically it does require Valor Plate cores, as well as some additional resources that can drop from enemies, completing missions, and even in custom game modes and in treasure chests.
Interesting. So what was the sort of the inspiration for Valor Plates? It seemed like a very unique idea for this genre.
We wanted to, again, make this into a weapons platform. So there's a lot of weapons as well as augments that you can place to customize your overall play style. The inspiration for us actually bridges a lot of different areas. Of course, for us, there's shard plates from Brandon Sanderson's Stormlight Archive, all the way to Iron Man and a lot of the Marvel sort of comics, and just sort of being able to play off that fantasy of being able to equip medieval armor. And so to us, really the inspiration is medieval European Western knights and being able to make it our own and to kind of build our own identity around these very elite, powerful, knight-like Valor Plates that you can then equip to become godlike.
So can you give us some examples of how choosing specific Valor plates allows you to customize your gameplay?
So taking a step back first, out of the 12 Valor plates, imagine that we actually have a lot of different types of plates and a lot of different types of functions. So for example, we have balanced Valor plates, which are hybrid Valor plates. We have specialized Valor plates, and we also have exotic Valor plates. And each of them also have a different role. So some Valor plates are geared to be high DPS. Some of them have more focus on cooldown abilities and being able to accelerate and decrease your CDs. We have certain Valor plates that focus on debuffs when you play in co-op, as well as crowd control and, of course, tanking. So a lot of configurations that we see players do is picking a high DPS player and then also slotting in 2 non-DPS categories, such as CD abilities all the way to elemental damage. And it's a little bit also a function of the mission that you decide to take together, as well as the type of boss that you're going to encounter. We have many different types of mid bosses, as well as end bosses, which are very difficult. And we want to make sure that players have many different ways and configurations to defeat a boss.
Very cool. Let's move on to Archon modes. And I guess, first of all, am I pronouncing that correctly?
You are.
Okay, perfect. Nailed it. What do we need to know about Archon modes?
So Archon modes can be broken up technically on a high level as an ability that you can activate during your mission and during your run. And you have a bar that fills up. So every time you break urns or you defeat enemies, these Ethereum balls come out of the enemies and you can pick them up and it'll fill out your bar. And once your bar is full and it's fully charged up, you can then press the L3 and the R3 analog stick simultaneously to then activate it. What's unique about how we think about Archon abilities is that A, they're tied very specifically, uniquely to a Valor plate. So for example, Silvermane is focused on CD abilities, Vertigo is focused on shock, and for example, Mesa is focused on poison. And poison would, for example, trigger and create a dot on enemies, but when they die, the poison will then spread to nearby enemies as well. And you have shock, and of course you have a lot of other elemental capabilities. And I would break up Archon abilities into 4 fundamental pieces. There's one aspect of it which we view more as a passive, where if you just equip that equipment, like Silvermane, you're gonna then get a special always on trait that is active when you have that Valor plate equipped. Now, when your Ethereum bar is fully filled up, at any point during your mission, you can then activate them. So for example, Silvermane would summon 3 ancient glaive allies that would then fight for you and with you. So you can use that, and as long as you understand what the activation is, that's always available to you in the time that you find situationally important to you. During the activation, we also have a buff, a set of buffs that are enabled during the duration of your Archon Fury. And then lastly, we have triggers where when you actually trigger a condition based off of your Valor plate, it would actually escalate that effect so that during your Archon Fury time period, you can, as a high skill player, continue to ratchet up the damage or the effect of that as long as you continue to follow the conditions of the escalation. So it's really fun because you have an instant, you have a passive, you also have a buff as you continue to use the trait, and then also you can really maximize the effect of your Archon ability associated with your Valor plate.
Wow, well, it definitely sounds like there's a lot going on with the gameplay and the combat in a good way. Like there's a lot of different choice and options that players are going to have, different ways to approach combat. I know that you can play through the whole game, Godfall, single player if you like, or you can with co-op. I believe it's up to 4 players total. How does the experience change in co-op? Like, for example, can you choose the same Valor plate as your friend?
You can choose the same Valor plate. They're all independent, and actually, co-op is for 3 players right now. So
okay, gotcha. 3.
You can recruit and then slot in and jump into a game or a mission or a custom game mode with 2 other players, 2 other allies. And of course, all of you can choose the same 3, or you guys can all choose each of them to be distinct and different. In terms of the co-op experience, again, we've seen a lot of really interesting combinations where there might be Vertigo and Armistice and Sirius. Sirius is a tank. Armistice is much more DPS and crowd control related. And people work really well together. They start to assemble very specific builds and operate together. And we also have co-op related benefits. We have a banner that you can drop onto the ground, and then it would create a area effect buff. So there could be a healing banner that you could drop on the ground so that you can draw enemies into the circle while you heal. And so a lot of players also have different types of banners that they drop based off of the timing of the mission and the type of mission that you're going to play. So you have a lot of tools available to you, not just the Valor plate in itself, but also some of the consumables or tools that you can use during a mission.
Very cool. Well, like I said at the top of this gameplay demo, the IGN audience is super interested in Godfall, and I think we've sort of just barely scratched the surface of what all the game offers here. But unfortunately, we're out of time today. Keith, thank you so much for filling us in a little bit more about what to expect from Godfall later this year, and we can't wait to play it.
Thank you so much.
That was a brand new look at Godfall, my dear viewers, right here on Gamescom Studio. Alas, now we must go to another break, but before that, a tease at what's to come. More trailers! Are you excited? Can you barely contain your excitement? Can you please contain it for just a quick moment while we take a short break? I bet you can, and we'll be right back after this. Will you be? I bet you will be. Don't lose this bet. It's a big one. We'll be right back. Seriously, please don't leave. We'll be right back.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. Big Huge Games deserve big huge trailers before you decide to buy them with your big huge money and play them with your big huge hands. Let's take a look at some big huge trailers for some big huge games coming soon. I'm sorry I made fun of your hands. I just have very small hands compared to most people, compared to me. Could someone please roll the trailer so I stop talking about hands?
Peggy 7.
And we're back. We just saw brand new trailers for Captain Tsubasa, Rise of New Champion, Cinders, I think it's French for Cinders, Solasta, Crown of the Magister, and EVERSPACE 2. Let's start things off with Captain Tsubasa. This game is actually out this weekend. Casey, for anyone who's unfamiliar, can you get them up to speed on Captain Tsubasa's epic legacy?
Yes, definitely. So Captain Tsubasa is originally a manga that started in 1981. It's actually one of the best-selling manga out there. There's an anime adaptation. There has been previous games as well, and some people regard it as popularizing soccer or football, depending on where you live, in Japan. And we actually first saw this in the little mini direct earlier this week from Nintendo.
I love it so much. I feel like I would probably be more interested in sports games if they had more style like this. It's so cool to see just a cel-shaded anime soccer game.
I'm only interested in sports when it's anime, so this is doing it for me.
I love it.
I only like sports games when they do kind of over-the-top stuff like this, and so that's totally my jam.
Yeah, give me like an NBA Jam game that looks like this. That would be amazing. Now, on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, we also got to look at Cinders, which is a post-apocalyptic survival game. I believe it's a sort of upscaled version of one that was made by a bunch of French students. There's footage of sort of their earlier version floating around, which had a very cool sort of hand-drawn aesthetic, and it looks like they've totally overhauled it, and now it has this amazing look like an old movie. I'm a huge sucker for black and white games. I love the Kurosawa mode in Ghost of Tsushima. Limbo is amazing. It's so cool to see something like this. This is a totally like a minimalist, apparently very bleak survival game where you control a little band of people. It's just, I'm super into it.
I really love the sort of low poly aesthetic happening here. We've seen obviously a big sort of like 8-bit, 16-bit pixel revolution over the last decade or two, where people are making games that look like that. But I feel like the low poly sort of PS1 era, even Nintendo DS era, gets kind of overlooked when it comes to retro throwback stuff. But the sort of the stark, contrast and isolated feel of this game makes it look like something I really want to play.
Yeah, it's amazing. Now, Casey, you're a huge D&D nerd. Solasta, Crown of the Magister has something very special going for it. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, it does. So the creators of Dungeons & Dragons, Wizards of the Coast, actually granted the developer Tactical Adventures a license to use the D&D 5.1 rule set, which is really cool. And though it won't be multiplayer, you can create a very highly customizable party. And they are also focusing on kind of verticality in the tactical RPG setting, where you will get advantage on your quote rolls if you are higher on the high ground. But which is something that you try to do in D&D as well. You try to take advantage of your environment, and you can do that here as well.
Awesome. Now, finally, we got EVERSPACE 2. Brian, you got to speak to the developers about this earlier this year, yeah?
Yeah, this is the brand new open world sequel to the first EVERSPACE. It's got sort of a lot more RPG elements this time around too. The ship design is very inspired by Star Wars. Obviously, one of the first things I asked, and I asked them a lot about the sort of the depth and the width of this game, really, because I wondered how big it was. And to me, they said that it's less about making a giant open world and more about making a really dense, interesting one where you'll be flying through and all of a sudden end up in some crazy conflict. It's very story driven. I'm really excited for this one, and it's already a gigantic success on Kickstarter, or at least the original one was. So this is a game that is definitely one to watch for the next few years.
Nice. Well, I love a good spaceship, and EVERSPACE 2 is full of them, and we have a closer look right after this.
Greetings and welcome to this exclusive gameplay presentation of EVERSPACE 2. I am your host and your guide, Eric Schrader, Community Ambassador for Rockfish Games. Here we've discovered a ripped-apart asteroid that's being used largely for scraps and a secret outlaw base. Those ping sounds mean they've got a lock on us, so here we go. Our weapons are tough, but we've modified our devices for some new tactics. Those fuel tanks would make an awfully nice explosion and easily take out a foe in one shot. Freaking wrecked. These Outlaw Ravagers have visible armor plating. You can blast it off for serious damage. Or you can just barrage them like this. Now with our foes dispatched, we can explore and gather some loot nearby. We have this secure container and what looks to be a button panel. We shoot one, it opens another, it opens the last one for a nice and easy... Nailed it, first try. So now we have access to the shield generator, easy destruction, shield goes down, now we need to find an energy sphere for that energy socket. A keen eye would have noticed this destructible wall. It's almost like this is a really good example of a lot of different puzzles that you can find in Everspace 2. There will be many challenges scattered across the various sectors, and they will reward you, but only if you take the time to figure them out. We scooped up the last of our loot, let's move on. While Everspace 2's focus is on combat, we also want to appeal to that sense of discovery and wonder. These top-notch visuals are not simply for show. In fact, there's a lot of functionality here. The entire heads-up display is gone, and everything you see is directly from the cockpit itself, all in working order, all true to what you have in-game. You even have a little speedometer there. Thanks for that suggestion, community. This is one of many of the massive trading networks found within Union, a bustling trading hub full of many unique characters and odd jobs for you to tackle. But don't get too comfortable. While this might seem all pretty and peaches, we haven't explored the dark corners of Everspace 2 just yet. We've been dialing up the immersion factor, and for you to capitalize on this, we're giving you even more control. Free looking around the cockpit isn't anything new, but it's going to be a great experience to see how you've customized your cockpit. But that's a story for another time. Otherwise, we are working on an inertial dampener toggle, and this is going to give you a more realistic perception of space, slipping around in a frictionless void. This was another recommendation from the community, so thanks again. Here's a new gas giant that we get to explore to our heart's content, but that's a lot of Outlaw. I'm going to change my equipment up. Here we have a scattergun that's made by Baron Industries. They have different manufacturer bonuses. I'm going to cycle this out for my coil gun, and I'm going to swap out my EMP generator here with this magnetic repulsor, but I'm going to change the mode so it affects nearby targets as well. This should do nicely. I'm gonna get overwhelmed here if I'm not careful, so I'm boosting out. Ah, but we've caught this destroyer all by his lonesome. Taking out his armor's initiating a cooldown pattern for him to regenerate it, but until that point, he also opens up a weak spot for us to barrage. His support's back, but I'm gonna be stubborn and focus him down anyway. I just need one clean shot. Now to clean up the lackeys. Hey Ravager, take a seat. They're bruised and battered, so I'm gonna finish them off with my ultimate. While this outlaw bomber doesn't seem to be going down, we just annihilated everything nearby. So that's a plus. I'm gonna drop this guy. Literally. Your ship's grapple isn't just for puzzle solving and energy orbs, by the way. Okay, this bomber with the missiles, he's gotta go. Okay, that felt good. That mine layer over there, he's gonna deal with some freelancers. He's probably gonna get wrecked, and that's fine. We've got plenty of loot over here to collect. So, thank you all for coming out here, watching this exclusive gameplay presentation of EVERSPACE 2. I have been your host, Eric Schrader, the community ambassador of Rockfish Games, and know that we're still just in an alpha step. If we've even remotely caught your attention, then hold on. It's gonna be a wild ride. I'll see you guys later. Toodles!
That was some brand new gameplay from EVERSPACE 2 here on Gamescom Studio. Coming up in just a moment, IGN's Next Gen Console Watch will break down some of the next gen games that they're most excited about. And still to come, another block of exclusive trailer reveals, and then later on, a very special episode of IGN's News, Games, and More, where 4 friends learn a valuable lesson about friendship. Or maybe they just break down the biggest news of the day. Either way, there's more Gamescom on the way.
That is true. But first, the Gamescom Forest is this year's sustainability project. Gamescom has partnered with the reforestation experts at Tremor to rebuild a climate-resilient mixed forest of at least 10,000 square meters near the German town of Bayreuth. Gamers worldwide can donate to plant more trees at tremor.net/gamescom-forest.html. Let's plant a Gamescom forest together because I love trees.
I love trees. They're great. Anyway, thank you for letting us talk about trees. Now, back to the games, some of which have trees in them.
Trees!
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 In case you missed it earlier in the show, we're going to take a look at the new trailer for Bloober Team's cyberpunk horror game, Observer: System Redux.
The year is 2084. I am what they fear, a corporate tool of oppression. If you don't remember, that's when they call me to access you. To gather evidence. To dredge up whatever's hiding in the darkest corners of your mind.
Careful what you say. This is a monitor channel.
Adam, you still there? Adam.
Yes. Well, what's left of me? Dad. I really thought I could pull it off, you know? I was so close to making a difference. Setting us all free. And now it's... can't be for nothing. For once in your life, just listen to me. Whatever happens, I need you to remember, you're not in control.
next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
It's 2020, our show following all the news and rumors on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, and this week, the Nintendo Switch. I'm Damon Hatfield, and this week I'm joined by Ryan McCaffrey, host of IGN's Xbox podcast Unlocked.
Good to see you, Damon.
You as well. And Jonathan Dornbush, host of IGN's PlayStation podcast Beyond.
Beyond. Hey there, Damon.
But this week, we begin in Camp Nintendo as fresh rumors of a new Switch model have begun swirling. Of course, rumors of an upgraded Switch model, a Switch Pro, if you will, are not new, but they floated up again this week. These say that this new model is supposedly planned for release early 2021, early next year. The report comes from sources in the console's supply chain. It says the new version of the Nintendo Switch will feature improved interactivity and a better quality display. Jonathan, what's your sort of read on the latest rumors, and how legitimate do you believe them to be?
After we saw these rumors come out, there was further confirmation, I believe, from the Wall Street Journal, a couple other sources that seemed to back this up. And I definitely think we're looking at the potential for a Switch relaunch, a Switch 2.0 at some point in the next year. I think it makes a lot of sense for it not to come this year. As you were saying, these rumors have been going on for a while, and a lot of people had talked about, well, maybe we're going to get a Switch Pro this year to go up against the PS5 and Xbox, but it makes absolutely no sense for Nintendo to put that out in the midst of this already huge battle. It makes total sense for them to kind of want to have the room to themselves. That worked so well for the Switch when it first launched in 2017. And it makes sense to try that again with a second Switch.
Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. And this is a rumor that's eventually going to come true. And the fact of the matter is, Q1 of 2021 would mark 4 years since the Switch's debut. And yes, we got the Switch Lite, but that wasn't really a hardware change. So it is time. I mean, it does make perfect sense. And I mean, it could even work out whether or not Nintendo exactly planned it this way, but maybe Breath of the Wild 2 is the showcase title. Not that it won't work on the current Switch, but maybe it's the Switch Pro's sort of flagship showpiece title, the same way that Breath of the Wild was the killer app for the Switch in 2017.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But to be clear, we're talking about an upgraded version of the current Switch, not like the successor to the Switch, Nintendo's next console. Is that right, Jonathan?
Yeah, that's what the current prevailing rumors seem to be. And, you know, obviously there is still such a huge audience around the Switch. And obviously we've seen it even this year. The Switch has had tremendous sales success, especially with Animal Crossing New Horizons, bringing in so many new and obviously continued Switch users. I don't think they would want to suddenly split the user base immediately. I think that would probably cause them more hassle than it was worth. And so I'm pretty sure what we'll likely see is something in the vein that we've seen Nintendo do.
Sure. There was the Game Boy Advance. Okay. We are having technical difficulties, so I'm going to entertain you for just a moment. You get to look at just my face. Of course, along the lines of what Jonathan was just saying, there was the Game Boy Advance and then the Game Boy Advance SP, and then there was the DS and the DSi. So I think this latest revision of the Nintendo Switch would be something along the lines of that. Not the Switch 2, I don't believe. Ryan, are you still there? Do I still have you in my ear?
I can hear you loud and clear, my friend. If you're hearing me, I am happy to speak on this subject because, yeah, the fact is, the Nintendo only once has done a full new system after just 4 years, and that was in wiping away the memory of the Wii U for the introduction of the Switch. So, yeah, 4 years is not a lot of time for a typical Nintendo full console cycle. So, yeah, it does seem to make.
Mm-hmm. Now these rumors claim this new Switch would feature a better screen and improved interactivity. Although that's the confusing part to me. I'm not entirely sure what new interactivity would mean. Of course, we already have two Switch models. There's the Switch and then the Switch Lite, which doesn't switch, ironically enough. So it's interesting to think of introducing a third model into the Switch family. I would think they wouldn't want to fracture the audience. You know, there's already a fraction of some degree in the fact that with the Switch Lite, you can't use the motion controls of the Joy-Cons. I was just wondering aloud to myself about what the rumors about this new model featuring improved interactivity could mean. Jonathan, any guesses?
HD Rumble is back. No, it's interesting that would be such a clear selling point in some way. I do think it could be something along the lines of functionality in the Joy-Cons, maybe just to the point where they don't drift. Obviously, Joy-Con drift has been such an issue this year, and to improve the hardware, or this generation, forgive me, there's been so many issues around that, unfortunately, for players. I think just some improvements to the Joy-Con. But one of the things Nintendo talked about sort of since the beginning of the Switch's life was, you know, where you slot in the Joy-Con, they could put other things conceivably there, and they could use those slots for different types of control schemes. And we've seen them use the Joy-Con in an interesting way when it comes to Labo, and those have been, you know, a pretty big success when it comes to family. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something that found new ways to either use the Joy-Con in creative ways that we haven't seen just yet, or find new ways to do something with the control scheme of the Switch.
Yeah, those are some interesting ideas. Of course, the Switch has been phenomenally successful. Some may wonder if we even need a new version of the Switch. Ryan, what do you think? There are two new consoles launching later on this year, Xbox Series X, PlayStation 5. Do you think we need a more powerful version of the Switch?
I do, actually, because for third-party purposes, you know, we've gotten Nintendo. They got off to a decent start with third-party, which they just really struggled with in the last couple of generations. And we got The Witcher 3. It runs on the Switch. You can play it, and it is a portable game. It doesn't run great, but it's there. So as Sony and Microsoft forge ahead with their next generation consoles, I do think it's important for Nintendo to, you know, they're going to go along, they're going to march to the beat of their own drummer, but I think they do need a hardware upgrade to try and keep third parties interested in supporting the Switch with the games that, or at least versions of the games that they're already developing, because it's in everybody's best interest to do so. I mean, players want that, publishers want to, you know, get as much out of their their sort of core investment in a game that they're making as possible. And Nintendo sure as heck would want to have a lot of these great third-party games. So yeah, I think the third-party factor is a big argument in favor of an upgraded Switch.
Yeah, the Switch has enjoyed a fairly steady stream of ports of big AAA games from this generation, like you mentioned, Witcher 3, Dark Souls,
Doom, Wolfenstein have been some good ones.
Yep, all that stuff. But as you say, they run, and it's great to have them portable, but it's definitely not like the best way to play those games. If we got an upgraded Switch, presumably those games would run better, but you think there's any chance it could run next-gen games, PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X games, even if now it's a downgraded version of those games?
We'll see. I mean, a lot of games are going to be still running on PS4 and Xbox One, so that works in Nintendo's favor for a potentially upgraded Switch and the continuation of good third-party support. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, when Jonathan was talking a few minutes ago about what we'd like to see, what that interactivity could mean, I'd love to see maybe haptic triggers like what Sony's doing with the DualSense controller. That could be a fun new addition to an upgraded Switch.
Jonathan, what do you think? Does it just sound crazy to think you could play PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X games on your Nintendo Switch?
No, I mean, it's along the lines of what Ryan was saying. They're going to want to keep parity in order to keep third parties happy. And I think especially, for the first year of these new consoles' life, they may be okay because, as Ryan was saying, even big games next year like Gotham Knights are planned for a current gen release as well. But as we start to move away from that in 2022 and onward, they still want to make sure that games can come to the Switch from all those big third-party publishers and developers. So it absolutely makes sense that they'll want a place for those to be ported, even though they may still look kind of like The Witcher 3 and other examples that we've seen in the Switch's life so far.
Mm-hmm. At the top of this conversation, Ryan was just guessing that Breath of the Wild 2 could be a cool game to launch alongside this revised model. Jonathan, does that sound exciting to you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would totally make sense, especially from what we've seen of the last few generations. There's kind of been a Zelda at the launch going back a few times. So it totally makes sense that you would want people to join the new generation of Switch with a new Zelda.
All right. Well, we need to take a quick break. Next Gen Console Watch. We'll be right back. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We've been talking about the latest rumors of a new Nintendo Switch model, but let's switch gears to the next gen consoles we know for sure are coming. The PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. Now, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War was officially revealed this week for current gen consoles and PC on November 13th, but it's also coming to next gen consoles at some point this holiday season. And exactly how you buy and upgrade the game on each console is a little confusing. Jonathan, I think you wrote the news story on this. Was you seeing like sort of like a
it was
crazy
a bit of
math algorithms trying to figure this out?
Yeah, it was a bit of that Charlie Day, It's Always Sunny scene where I'm pointing at a whiteboard all around the room. It is a bit of a hectic sort of system they've come up with, because there are essentially multiple different technicalities depending on which version of the game you buy. There is, of course, a cross-gen bundle that you can buy on either Xbox or PlayStation. I believe it's a digital version of the game, and you can buy this and you'll get both the current gen and the next gen versions. Don't have to worry about a thing. If you buy the current gen versions on PS4, you can upgrade to the PS5 version, but you will need, if you buy the physical version, you will be required to still have the disc version from the PS4 inserted into your PS5 when you want to play the PS5 upgraded version. On the Xbox side of things, you can buy the current gen version, but then if you buy the physical version, you cannot upgrade at this time. Upgrades are being currently evaluated by Activision on the Xbox store, and they will have more to say in the future. So it seems like the safest bet is to probably buy the cross-gen bundle if you plan on playing it both on current gen and next gen. That costs $70, I believe, because if you just buy the current version, you'll either have to buy an upgrade later or may just have to buy a new version of the game.
Yeah. Ryan, what do you think about all this? It also kind of, I'm a little surprised. It seems like players have less choice on Xbox this time around.
Well, and it sounds like Activision has chosen not to embrace smart delivery on this particular product, which sadly, the business reality is it's because they can get away with doing it this way. I mean, it's the Call of Duty is basically, if not the number one, number two selling game every single year. Black Ops Cold War is going to be anything with the Black Ops games have been the most successful of the sub franchises in recent years. So yeah, Activision can do this. And I mean, it's unfortunate that they're making it so confusing this way and not just having it a little more straightforward. Maybe there are technical reasons behind the scenes. I don't want to sit here and either let them off the hook or absolutely condemn them without necessarily knowing the full picture. But from what we have been shown, the bottom line is that yes, this is not the most player friendly way to go about this. So I guess just all we can do is do what we're doing, which is help inform people that it is messy going in and to choose carefully.
Well, and to further undercut all the confusion, on the flip side, if you're looking at just the next-gen versions, I believe if you buy the Xbox Series X disc version, you can still play that on Xbox One. It's a disc that you can insert into both because of Xbox's cross-generational focus. But if you buy the PS5,
that is kind of a smart delivery.
If you buy the PS5 disc, you can't put that into your PS4. So it's this. There are ups and downs of buying it in every version. We have a full list of all of it on IGN that you can dig into, especially if I misspoke, because it is such a tangled web of versions to buy. But yeah, it's a very interesting situation right now.
And the next gen versions should be coming this holiday season. Jonathan, do you think the reason we didn't get release dates is just because we're still waiting on the release dates for the consoles?
Oh, absolutely. There is, yesterday also revealed, this is out of left field, but a very different game, but it does hold some relevance. Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 was announced also for next-gen systems.
I love that we're talking about that in Call of Duty in the same.
So the funny thing about that is they said, it's coming to all the modern consoles and Xbox Series X on December 8th and PS5 this holiday. And now that I don't think that means the PS5 is coming after December 8th, but that just means at least Xbox has told us a month. And so they can get away with saying, December 8th on Series X. But PS5, there's no month even announced yet. So right now, everyone just has to say holiday.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Ryan, is it true you got a chance to play Call of Duty?
Did not get to play it, unfortunately, but I was kind enough, or was lucky enough to get an early look at the campaign and just little slices of a few of the missions. And I have to say, I'm very impressed by it in the sense that there's a couple reasons. One, it is a direct sequel to Black Ops 1, which is my personal all-time favorite Call of Duty campaign. The numbers, Mason. Great game, particularly if you got to the end. The twist at the end of Black Ops 1 was so good. So very excited about that. And then on top of that, I'm excited because the talent behind this, I mean, Treyarch has handled the Black Ops games, and they are working on multiplayer for this, but the campaign that I previewed is actually being developed entirely by Raven Software, a studio with an incredibly rich, wonderful, decorated history. Heretic, Hexen, Soldier of Fortune, Star Wars Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, which is probably their all-time best game, and Singularity in 2010 was the last original game that they made. They've been a Call of Duty support studio ever since, doing multiplayer, doing the remaster of Modern Warfare 1, doing this, doing that. So I'm really excited for them to get back in the director's chair, as it were, and actually develop their own game. So they're just very talented. So between their pedigree and the fact that this is a continuation of Black Ops 1, my favorite Call of Duty campaign, super excited about this one.
Yeah, I'm getting excited for it too. I haven't played a Call of Duty campaign in a while, but this one might bring me back in. Now, earlier today on Gamescom's opening night live, we got a very long extended gameplay demo of PlayStation 5 exclusive Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. I continue to be impressed by this game. Jonathan, what did you think?
It's every showing of it. Sorry, I'm just so excited about it. Every showing of Ratchet makes me so much happier because I've loved this franchise since the PS2 era, but I feel like it's kind of been almost forgotten when it comes to the big Sony tentpoles, especially just because there haven't been as many entries of it in the PS4 generation. But this looks great. I think it continues to be one of, if not only the real rare examples of what next gen is allowing for game development and allowing for the final end product when we get to play those games. When we see the sort of Rift-based gameplay where Ratchet is able to sort of hop onto these rifts and tether them to him and instantly jump a location in the world or even onto different worlds. And that demo today really showed that, hey, this wasn't a trick of the reveal trailer that you saw. This was just how that level plays out. This is Ratchet and Clank jumping from location to location with no loads. After the demo, Insomniac confirmed there won't be any loads in the whole game, that this is, exemplary of what we're going to get in the full product. And I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, I agree. Ryan, did you have a chance to watch the gameplay demo earlier?
Ratchet & Clank, two things here real quick. One, this is the most next-gen game that I've seen from either Sony or Microsoft yet. And I say that just with full compliments. I mean, this is a fantastic display of the SSD hard drive loading technology, of just the extra horsepower of the PS5. Hopefully it's going to play great too, but man, it is the most, I think, just jaw-dropping next-gen thing we've seen so far. And number two, Insomniac, as if they hadn't already made their purchase price, whatever the $220 million that Sony spent to buy them from Spider-Man. I'm sure they made all that money back and then some already, but they are the real MVP of basically the entire console, next generation console launch, because they're dropping Miles Morales at launch, and then this is confirmed to now be the launch window, which I, from my experience, presume to mean we can probably expect it within the first 6 months. Probably, if I'm going to guess March, just as an educated guess. So Insomniac is just two incredible next gen games. Hopefully, at least they're two very exciting next gen games for sure.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Okay, real quick before we go, I have the results of the poll we ran last week. We asked you, has Sony and Microsoft's silence on price and release date affected your next-gen hype? Some people are getting frustrated waiting to find out when they can buy these consoles and how much they'll cost. But 42% of you said not at all. You're still buying one or both regardless of the release date or price. So looks like you are undeterred, not getting too frustrated, not bailing on the next-gen launch quite yet. Here's a new poll for you to vote on for next week. Are you ready to upgrade to a next-gen Nintendo Switch? Yes, you ready, or you love your Switch just the way it is, or you're waiting to see what it costs? Make sure to vote at IGN.com. We'll share the results with you next week. And that will do it for this edition of Next Gen Console Watch 2020. Thank you to both Ryan and Jonathan. We will be back next Friday at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern with more PS5 and Xbox Series X news. Stay tuned. There's more Gamescom Studio coming right up.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Plex and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back. That was Next Gen Console Watch, a show you can catch every week on IGN, and as much as some of the commenters like to accuse IGN of playing favorites with Xbox and PlayStation, the reality is that we're equally annoyed with both of them for not announcing a Next Gen price or release date. It's almost September. What's up with that? Anyway, speaking of autumn, Halloween is rapidly approaching, and here's Tom Marks checking out a nice spooky harvest time hayride of a game about a magic pumpkin man. Let's take a look.
This time on Check Out This Game, we've got to look at Pumpkin Jack, a spooky action platformer inspired by classic 3D adventure games of past generations. Here's some exclusive new gameplay. Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN, or visit the game's interactive digital booth by visiting indiearenabooth.de. Also be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
That was Tom Marks with Pumpkin Jack. Hey, thanks, Tom. There's more Gamescom Studios still to come. And remember, this is just the first of 4 full days of streaming content covering the latest and greatest new games. I love the latest and the greatest news games. Speaking of which, you've been very well behaved, I think. So we have even more trailers for you because you've been so good. So come on, enjoy. Have a good time.
Years of hardship. After everything they told me, I will show them that even I can be the best player.
Blood Bowl!
Peggy 12.
悪いな。負ける気はねえ。人を助けるのがヒーローの仕事だ。全力で行く。最大をぶつけろ。もう俺は迷わねえ。俺だってヒーローに。世は空腹じゃ。地層を用意せ。
And we're back. You just saw trailers for Werewolf, The Apocalypse, Earthblood. A lot of extra words in there. Dual Universe, nice and short and sweet. Blood Bowl 3, self-explanatory. And Jump Force Deluxe Edition right here on Gamescom Studio. I'm joined by Brian and Tom once again. Let's talk about some of what we just saw. First things first, Werewolf, The Apocalypse, Earthblood. This got revealed, I think, last year. This is set in the same RPG universe as Vampire the Masquerade, which also has a brand new game coming out next year. This one looks like it's definitely kind of more the aggro badass approach to werewolves. Brian, you like werewolves?
I love a good werewolf, Max. This looks like a really good time. I actually really love the sort of intersection of nonsense fantasy and mech robot fight. There's so much going on here. There's like tech and muscles and body hair, but there's also I think underneath this all is going to be some really cool gameplay. This is something I think you would only really see in like a sci-fi B movie, but in a video game, I feel like a setting like this and a theme like this works so much more. And yeah, werewolves are great. They're basically dogmen that wake up naked in the field with a chicken in their mouth occasionally. It's a weird life, but someone wants to play it, and that someone is me.
Yeah, and they're taking on the logging industry. I love that they've got these like power loaders with chainsaw hands. That is very cool. Now, next up, we got to look at Dual Universe, which is this is an online interactive empire. This is crazy. This has been sort of in, I guess, alpha for a while. This was a crowdfunding success. It is sort of described as a build anything in space type of game. If I had to, I would say it's somewhere between EVE Online and Minecraft and No Man's Sky. Tom, are you familiar with this at all?
Yeah, every time I see anything about Dual Universe, it's one of those games where you're just like, what they're promising can't possibly, like, it's too good. It sounds too good to be true, but they're doing it. It's not like I'm doubting it. It's just like the idea of a space game where everyone is in the same server online and you can build pretty much anything, pretty much anywhere, be it a space station or a building. Like it's just really a cool concept. And it's one of those things where you're like, oh man, like if they can pull that off, it's going to be something special. And it's super cool to see how much progress they've made, like you said, over the years.
Yeah, it's definitely given me some notes of kind of what No Man's Sky promised, but I'm with you guys. I think they'll deliver on it.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, No Man's Sky, like they initially didn't stick the landing, but they stuck with it, and now there's like a whole wonderful, robust world there. And this is still in beta, so you can, I think it's dualuniverse.game. Go check it out, see for yourself. We also got to look at Blood Bowl 3, which is of course the completely nonsensical intersection of Games Workshop's classic Warhammer and American football, a match made in somewhere. This got this got almost, I think, accidentally announced a couple, like last year, like a while ago, and people have been kind of expecting it to come because, again, if you make 2 games in a series, a third isn't unthinkable. And I've heard some rumblings that this is going to go along with a new edition of the rules for the tabletop game. But either way, this is a great little trailer. I thought this was really fun.
Yeah, it's hyper violent too.
It's great to have a trailer that just absolutely knows what the game is.
Yeah, and then finally we got to look at Jump Force Deluxe Edition, which is coming to Switch. That's tomorrow. This is the Switch version of a game that is already out there, so if you want to know more, I'm sure you can find plenty of info, but that is the basic game plus the Characters Pass 1, which is 9 additional characters, and then their costumes and moves for your avatar. As much as I wish we could keep talking about werewolf environmentalists and spaceships and orc sports and Goku for several hours, I've been explicitly told to keep that to a minimum during this show. You'll have to go check out my live journal for more. We have another block of exclusive trailers later today and plenty more gameplay right here on Gamescom Studio. But now, here's this.
Coming up next is a trailer for Season 3 of competitive quest shooter The Cycle. Let's check it out.
I ain't trying to break you down, but for real, you might as well give up now. Think you got a chance, but I don't see how. Got a real tight grip when I hold that crown. Everybody wanna be like us, we don't stop, cause the top just ain't enough, huh? Came here ready to fight on this night, you better just run for your life.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Oh, hey. Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. For over a decade, Humble Bundle has been getting more eyes on indie games, and since founding a dedicated publishing arm, Humble Games, it doesn't look like that'll stop anytime soon. Here are some of the indie Humble Games is launching later this year.
And we're legally required to disclose that IGN and Humble are owned by the same parent company, Ziff Davis, but they operate independently and no special consideration is given to Humble promotions or coverage.
In fact, they don't even work in the same building as IGN. But I guess nobody really works in the same building anymore. What is a building? What is anymore? What is games? I guess we'll find out soon when we find out what Humble's up to. Let's take a look.
government has not responded to accusations of a form of video detection has already caused fatal effects on viewers in geolocation at an abandoned train station, causing a growing
Our dossier has been named,
and our way of life will always prevail.
When darkness breeds a curse disdained, it's time to enter the Ring of Pain. A newfound friend is guiding you in dungeons that you're crawling through. The ring adjusts with every action. Choices cause a chain reaction. Observe the ring and strategize. Learn, adapt, or face demise.
We will have a look at some more of what Humble has planned for 2021 during tomorrow's Gamescom studio, but right now, let's take another look at Dual Universe. That's the massively ambitious space simulation that lets players build virtually anything, and players are already doing that because there's a very active community. Let's take a look.
Hi, this is Jesse Bailly, the founder of Nova Quark and the creative director of Dual Universe. So let me get you a quick introduction today on one very important aspect of the game, which is content creation. Everything you see here is coming from the beta and is entirely made by the players themselves. So it shows really what the community has done so far. It's quite amazing, and it uses the voxel technology we have developed that literally allows you to sculpt matter the way you want. I mean, you can really make any kind of shape you like, so the creative possibilities are literally endless, and you see these incredible things made by the community just in front of you. So you might think, okay, it's a building game. It seems to have some really cool possibilities with this voxel thing. But you know, there are many other building games out there. Why should I get excited? And well, the fact is that everything you see here is actually happening in one giant shared universe, with many planets and so on, but it's shared by all players at the same time. So we're talking about potentially millions of people all together inside the same game world that gets never reset, that it's always there. So it's a completely radical difference compared to what you would have if you have just a local server. You are part of an ecosystem, and everything you build actually matters and take place in this world. So to get back on the building and creativity, here you can see examples of really gigantic structures, spaceships that can of course fly, and space stations in the background. They're really amazing. They are completely customizable, so you can really make any kind of shape you like, but you can also make blueprints of them and then resell them on the in-game markets to other players. So that means that you can buy a really awesome ship even though you don't necessarily know how to build it right away, and that's a very good way to start in the game. This is absolutely gigantic. You see this is a giant screen, and it shows you the interior of a space station, gives you an idea of how big things can get, and everything can be literally sculpted with the form you like. That's about the creative possibilities of the design of the structure you have. Here you have another example of what we can do with this possibility. This voxels is in the PvP, so there will be much to say about PvP. This is just to illustrate one aspect, which is that when you do damage, you actually dig a hole in the structure, and that's making full use of the voxel technology that allows in fact to modify structures, and we do that. So that opens a lot of possibilities in terms of strategy, how you dig holes in hulls and invade ships and so on. It's really cool. So that's an aspect that we also take in consideration, that you can actually build things, destroy things. You have ways to repair things also, so you don't lose your precious voxel designs as you go on in combat. Here you see another example of quite a funny, fully functional vehicle that you can build and ride in the game. It's pretty cool. That's actually a droid that is programmed, that is running a code. So there's another aspect of the creation which is about running a Lua code. You can see here another example on that screen where someone has written a game of Breakout, and you can actually play that game. So there's a Lua script running. Again, you can buy it. I mean, in the game, you don't have to with the in-game currency. You don't have to script it yourself. But that's how far you can go, you know, in terms of customization. And here's another example that I like a lot, which is it's a snooker game. What you see here is actually a screen that has been used to give you the impression that you have a real ball in 3D. So that works fantastically well. It's really cool. It shows, you know, there's no limit, and we're amazed every day by what the community is creating. It's all about emergence, you know, the fact that you know, we put the building blocks, and you guys, the players, are going to use it to build whatever you want, and that's fantastic. And we try to, you know, make sure that you have all the relevant tools so you can do, you know, you can express your creativity. And that's it for now. So I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope to see you soon in Dual Universe for more creation and amazing design by the community. Thank you.
Did anybody else know you could play billiards in that game? That seems weird, but I'm into it. That was Dual Universe right here on Gamescom Studio. We need to take a quick break, but coming up after, we have another block of exclusive trailers, world premieres. I don't know about that, but they are exclusive trailers, so don't go anywhere. If you have to go to the bathroom or get a drink or whatever, that's fine, but don't take too long, because we're not going to wait for you to show the trailers. You do what you got to do. We're not looking, but do it. Go. But come right back. We'll be right back. See you soon.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome back to Gamescom Studio. This is just day 1 of 4 days of jam-packed gaming coverage, and it's a long haul, so I wanted to make sure that you watching at home are taking care of yourselves. Remember to stay hydrated. You should be having 8-ounce glasses of water a day, or 2 liters if you're on the metric system, or just really prefer drinking out of big bottles. And don't forget to get up and move around now and then. You can get up and stretch right now. I don't mind one bit. Was there anything else, Tom?
Yeah, sorry to be a bother, but one more thing. If you're a fan of independent games, you won't want to miss our awesome Indies show. Tune in on Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, or 6 p.m. Central European time. It's all confusing, but I think I got it. It's going to be a really fun variety showcase of indie game premieres, announcements, gameplay, demos, and some special guests.
Look, they turned you into a weird little robot. I can't wait to see this.
Yeah, they did.
This is that great job. I got questions. I have to tune in to find out. Anyway, coming up in just a second, we've got a block of trailers followed by our genuine and only loosely scripted reactions. I can't promise you there'll be 2 on the rails because I know what one of these games is, and it's a one to get excited about. But later on, there's also going to be a Gamescom edition of IGN's news, games, and more. And seriously, I swear we're going to show the trailers in a second, but just one more little thing we have to remind you about. If you want to grab official merch, swag, loot, collectibles, souvenirs, accoutrement, and or commemorative miscellanea, maybe even keepsakes from this year's Gamescom, head to gamescomwear.com. All right, that's it. Thank you for listening. I'm sorry to keep telling you to do stuff. They told us to do it, to tell you to do stuff. I don't know who they is. You want to know? I don't know. Don't worry about that. Here are the trailers. Watch the trailers. Enjoy.
has never had a home. He was born without the right to have one. Always on the run. Always in fear they will track him down. He knew they wouldn't rest till they enslave all of his kind. Put them in shackles and torture to death or submission. They're strong in numbers, armed with steel and sorcery. Their minds corrupted with greed and arrogance. They're not afraid of just another giant on their path. But this time, they should be.
And welcome back to Gamescom Studio. You just saw a bunch of new trailers. Let's talk about the one with the monster trucks, because I think they're great. Think about it this way. Imagine, if you will, a car strong enough to kill other cars using just its feet. That's tires for you auto nerds out there.
Yes, I love monster trucks. They're great. They got one that looks like a dog. They got another that's got bread on top of it. I love it. I love it. It's just got the rock and roll music playing again.
Dinosaur dragons.
Oh, it's great.
People ride them too, and you could go. You know, it's a good time to see the truck.
Yeah, doing jumps. They can jump over the porta potties. They got so much stuff you can do with the
They
trucks.
do
I love
flips,
it. Yeah,
the
doing
Tony Hawk
stunts.
car. It's
I'm into it.
amazing.
I
Nothing
love
like
a good
it.
truck.
Really, one of the best things on earth.
It's so good.
Let's take a look at some of the trucks. Mild use of tobacco. You know what that means? Trucks are smoking. Yeah, baby. Light them up.
Look at these
if you got them. The trucks are
Monster
here.
truck championship.
Monster truck. Yeah,
Yes.
look at the trucks. Big
Ah,
trucks.
16
trucks.
That's a
You know how many
parking lot.
tires?
They're
That's
big
what,
guys.
64 tires. That's
Scooby-Doo.
insane.
Is that the
Non-stop
dog truck?
craziness. You can ram into stuff.
Yes.
smash it,
Yeah. Get
beat up
those
the
trucks.
you can hit a
Yes.
tree. You can crash into
Oh.
the wall. Blow up
Oh,
the truck.
man.
Get a brand new one. It's crazy, baby.
Oh, they're
Nuts.
huge. You know how often the truck's
Yeah.
wheel comes off because he's doing too many stunts? It's
It's
great.
insane. Ripping, tearing, hood
Yes.
blowing up. Get gasoline for dirt cheap.
All
'Cause
kids'
of the
tickets
economy.
only $10.
Yeah, trucks. Speaking of things that are really big, there's also the Giants game, Giants Uprising, which is a game about a big nasty giant. It doesn't really have any trucks in it because this was invented a long time before trucks. But it's also fantasy.
Aren't giants the trucks of people, though?
You could say that, yeah.
That's true.
Now, Max and I got to check this out last year at Gamescom. It's a really good time. It's really about a giant just showing up in a town and wreaking havoc. Not since Shigeru Miyamoto's hit billion-selling game Doshin the Giant, which was exclusively on the European GameCubes, has there been such a great game about a giant. You can do a lot of great stuff in this game. You can pee on villagers. You can burn stuff. You can eat goats. So I'm a big fan of everything
it look
here.
pretty serious here, but we saw a demo last year that showed you going to the bathroom in the villagers' rivers and poisoning their water supply, and all the people get sick. It's just great. I love it.
Yeah, this trailer is really cool too, because it definitely kind of had that almost the Fable vibe or Fable appeal to it, right? It's sort of just like leaving the door open, but I'm excited for this one for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Now, there's still so much more Gamescom Studio to come. Maybe even some trucks. Yeah, trucks.
Yeah, trucks.
Including closer looks at Giants Uprising and X4. So do not go anywhere unless it's in a monster truck. Yeah.
Ford has been working closely with racing game fans all around the world to design a brand new car called the Team Fordzilla P1 that will be used in yet-to-be-announced games in 2021. On top of that, they recently revealed they'll be producing the car as a full-scale prototype too. The Team Fordzilla P1 was unveiled in Opening Night Live earlier today, but in case you missed it, here's a quick peek at what it looks like.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show, our Gamescom Awesome Indies show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming, and finally the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode. This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Oh, hey you, welcome back to Gamescom Studio. We have a bunch more games to show you, including Giants Uprising and X4. And after that, we have News, Games, and More, which is IGN's daily news show, which covers news, video games, and I believe more. More could really be anything. It's sort of like the Beyond section of Bed Bath & Beyond, in that it can be sort of a catch-all. Like, it could be about games, could be about pop culture, really anything you want. But specifically today, it's going to be about games, because Gamescom is about games. You know what else is about games? This game that Tom's going to show us. So let's take a look at this game from Tom. Not from Tom, he didn't make it, but he's going to show it to you, and you're going to love it.
Our next exciting under-the-radar pick for Check Out This Game is called Tinkertown, a multiplayer sandbox that looks a little bit like what might happen if The Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past had a baby with Terraria. Here's an exclusive early look at Tinkertown. Like what you see? You can watch the extended version of this gameplay at IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN, or visit the game's interactive digital booth by visiting indiearenabooth.de. Also be sure to tune into Gamescom Awesome Indies Saturday, August 29th at 10 a.m. Pacific for more exclusive gameplay, trailers, and reveals of exciting upcoming indie games.
That was Tom Marks with a look at Tinkertown, a game about little tiny things right here on Gamescom Studio. We just got a look at Giants Uprising in the form of a trailer. I'm dying to see more of this game. I checked it out last year. I just mentioned this, but this is a game where you play as a giant and you can actually go to the bathroom in the river that all the villagers get their drinking water out of, and it makes them get sick, which is really gross, but also kind of hilarious. And I'm dying to see what the developers have added since then. Let's take a look.
What's up, people? Welcome to Warsaw Game Studios. My name is Hubert and I'm the executive producer of Giants Uprising. Giants Uprising project was shown for the very first time on Gamescom 2019. We showed early development phase with our idea of gameplay, destroying every object that surrounds us, harassing humans and simply having fun of being big. Since then we received a lot of positive comments with ideas on how we make the game even more fun. We love the concept of destroying the villages, humans and everything else. We know that you fell in love with Giants just like we did, and that's why we've put even more heart and work into this project. We modified, added, erased and reworked things inside. And I think that we did a solid work. Check it out yourself. So first things first, we added more destructible elements and reworked destruction mechanics. Also, we added dismemberment for humans. But we also added new elements that buff humans, making them more ferocious. During many brainstorms regarding game design, we often talked about main core loop of the game. We knew that the concept of being a huge creature that is crashing puny humans is interesting, but we also thought about the hack and crash element all the time. Multiple redesigns resulted in creating our own genre, which I can simply put this way. Reverse tower defense with destruction of whole villages, for which the player gains score points. Nothing that existed in game industry before gave us that level of satisfaction, so we made something up, just like that. During development process we made some decision regarding two important things. First was to resign the standard publishing method and go into early access. We discussed many concepts and ideas for the game and discussed the direction that we want to go with Giants Uprising. At some point we had to admit that we are not able to fit everything in the game before the release of the game. But we also didn't want to abandon a whole bag of good ideas, because they are simply too interesting to die in the idea purgatory. Additionally, we keep receiving ideas from gamers. Confirming strict release date with constant updates is impossible. So at the end, we decided to go into early access, because we wanted to expand content of the game, keep making Giants even bigger and greater. Because of this, we also made decision about second important thing. We had to leave the idea of classic story mode and we divided the game into multiple modes. First mode that the players will be able to access is so-called Smash mode, where the player, in order to finish the map, has to destroy as many buildings, humans and environment as possible to pass a certain cap, after which destruction of mycelium source on the map will be possible. We know how interesting the leaderboards and competition are for the players and we want to make the game as competitive as possible. As for the other modes, you need to wait a little longer for more details. I hope I managed to give you some perspective on what the Giants Uprising is and what it's going to be. I believe that we made good decisions and everyone waiting for Giants Uprising will be blown away with the final quality of the game. In the near future we will start a Kickstarter fundraising. Be sure to check out our Facebook page, Twitter, and be sure to visit our Kickstarter page. We have some cool rewards for our contributors, so toss a coin to your giant destroyer of humanity. And remember, stay at home and play games, and be sure to send us your ideas, cause with every little idea, a little panda is born. Peace!
Doesn't that look fun? That was Giants Uprising right here on Gamescom Studio. Now, X4 Cradle of Humanity might sound like a movie about a bunch of leather-clad superheroes who fight to protect a world that fears and hates them. And one of them has sideburns and knives coming out of his hands. But it's actually about spaceships. So let's take a look.
Hello there, I'm Owen Lake and I'm a mission designer at Egosoft. We're the developers of the long-standing X space simulation game series. With over 30 years of history, Egosoft is one of the oldest game developers in Germany, and the first game in the X series, X Beyond the Frontier, was released way back in 1999. Our games are simulating a vast universe with ships and stations driving a dynamic economy. And then there's you, a drop in the ocean. Over time you will trade and fight, build fleets and factories, and explore the universe and encounter numerous exciting stories. Each game consists of huge areas of space, simulated from the bottom up. Hundreds of stations and thousands of ships trade amongst themselves. Prices change based on supply and demand. Resources are mined and processed, eventually resulting in high-tech products. When the warring factions clash in conflict, or a crucial resource is in short supply, their economies feel the strain, and opportunities to profit start to appear. Should you make the decision to act, you may well change the course of the game universe. And if trading isn't your thing, you can upgrade your ships with the best weapons you can afford and go hunting. We're very proud of the level of depth our games deliver, and we'd love for you to check them out if anything I've mentioned resonates with you. That was a very quick introduction to us and the X series. Today we want to dive in and tell you about our most recent game, X4 Foundations. We're coming up on its 2-year anniversary, and in the time since release, we've brought out a number of major updates, improving the core of the game, as well as adding new gameplay, technical features, and content. In X4, you can fly almost every ship you encounter, from single-seat fighter ships to huge carriers that can be home to whole combat wings. And should you want to act the fleet admiral, you can stand on the bridge, put together the best crew you can find, give orders via the map, and watch them get to work. And while you make your own mark on the universe, X4 also features a number of stories that lead you to mysterious locations and interesting characters, as well as putting you in the middle of events that drastically change the universe. A variety of game starts allow you to pick different roles and scenarios to tackle early on, while the detailed encyclopedia fills you in on the history of the X universe. After 20 years, with multiple games and novels, there's a lot of story to tell. Telling such a story in such a dynamic game as X4 was an interesting challenge. We constantly have major factions vying for control of key sectors, supply lines under siege to prevent the construction of critical warships, as well as the player potentially becoming an all-powerful fleet-wielding mogul. We have many missions that reflect the current situation, be that securing a strategic jump gate, or supplying those much-needed hull parts. Using that as an example, where do you get those hull parts? You can try to find a factory producing them for a low price and then sell them for a profit. Perhaps there's a supply issue further down, and you need to mine some ore to help kick it back into gear. Then again, there's always room for piracy. So maybe plunder some freighters? Or try your luck hacking the storage modules of an unfortunate station? Or you could think bigger. If you've identified a gap in the market, why not take full advantage of it? A core feature of the X games is building. And in X4 Foundations, we took it to the next level. Using our powerful 3D map, you can create any kind of space station, from a factory to a shipyard, entirely from individual modules. What starts off as a modest refinery could end up being a self-sufficient battle station, laying claim to the entire sector. Get creative, share your designs, and make our engine programmers wince with the largest stations the X series has ever seen. From upgrading your ships, hunting for crystals and anomalies, or joining certain war efforts, there's a lot more I could tell you about X4 Foundations. What you're seeing in this feature is brand new, up-and-coming content. Just in time for Gamescom 2020, we're ready to show off X4's second expansion, X4 Cradle of Humanity. Following the release of version 3.0 and our first expansion, Split Vendetta, earlier this year, we're in no ways done with delivering new features and content to X4 Foundations. Cradle of Humanity will once more expand the game's universe significantly, featuring whole new sectors and welcoming 2 Terran factions to the game, along with their economy, ships, weapons and stations, some of which you can already see in this video. With the solar system rejoining the X series, you can look forward to impressive vistas of familiar worlds. And along with new game starts, we'll be adding several new stories to explore the new factions' identities and political stances through exciting mission content. Those who have enjoyed the story so far in X4 Foundations may be interested to hear that we're also giving some alternative perspectives on certain mission content in X4. If you've been around for previous games of the X series, you'll be happy to know that X4 Cradle of Humanity will also shed light on what has happened to Earth in the decade since the Jump Gate shutdown. Furthermore, a certain pirate faction that is well known to the fans of the series will be making a dramatic comeback. As with the first expansion, X4 Cradle of Humanity will also be accompanied by a massive free update, version 4.0, available to all owners of the base game. The changelog is growing fast, and this update is set to further enhance X4 Foundations in a number of ways, including major new gameplay elements like a new terraforming feature, and wide-ranging visual improvements like volumetric fog. which you can already spot in this video. We will be sharing more details on these new elements of the X4 update at a later stage, when we're getting closer to the release of X4 Cradle of Humanity. If you're looking for a space simulation where your decisions can dramatically change the future of the game universe, then please check out X4 Foundations and wishlist X4 Cradle of Humanity today. If you'd like to learn more about the game, please find us on YouTube and the usual social media channels, or visit our website at egosoft.com. Thanks for watching and stay safe.
That was X4, one of the many games we showed off here on Gamescom Studio, but this is only day 1 of 4, so make sure you tune in tomorrow for tons more stuff.
And remember, the Awesome Indies show is on Saturday at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, or 6 p.m. Central European Time, for a really fun variety showcase of indie games premieres, announcements, gameplay demos, and some great special guests.
It should be fun. And if you want to get a look at the rest of the schedule, along with all sorts of Gamescom content you might have missed, head to www.gamescom.global and you can sign up for an account and personalize your Gamescom experience. They've created a whole virtual convention set up over there. It's great.
I love to personalize experience. Coming up next is IGN's News, Games, and More, featuring a panel of beautiful people who still have a spring in their step and joy in their hearts, unlike us old hags. It's time for the three of us to go put on our dressing gowns, shuffle off to our easy chairs, to read the evening paper in peace with all these computer games making a racket.
All right. That's enough. Brian needs his nap, everybody. Here is News, Games, and More. You pipe down.
I'm old.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide. Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up-to-the-second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late-night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
Welcome everybody to News, Games, and More, IGN's week daily show about, that's right, you guessed it, news, games, and the more. I'm Akeem Lawanson, joined by my pals Seth Macy, Casey DeFreitas, and Matt Kim. How are y'all doing?
Oh man,
pretty
excited?
Good.
Yeah? I hope so. Today was a very big day.
There's so much stuff.
Yeah. Now let's talk about Gamescom. Now earlier during Gamescom opening night live, we saw so many different trailers and got so many different announcements. And, I kind of just want us to kind of go through some of the highlights and give our thoughts on some of the reveals. So first up, let's start with the Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War trailer, where we got a cinematic trailer of the Perseus briefing. Now, for those of you who might not know your history, now the Perseus was like the code name of a possible Soviet spy alleged to have breached U.S. national security during the Manhattan Project. Now, I find it very, very interesting that they're choosing to kind of like delve into like actual history to draw inspiration for this game. But I'm kind of curious what you guys think about this. Seth, I know you kind of grew up in this era, so let's start with you.
Yes. Very excited to relive my my youth, where we were afraid of nuclear annihilation and mutually assured destruction. But actually, from this trailer, it looks a little like they're playing it a little cheesy, like an 80s action movie. I'm completely on board. When CGI Ronald Reagan shows up, I'm like, all right, this is crazy and doesn't make a lot of sense. We've got Scarface Robert Redford there. I am completely into this. I hope it has a rockin' 80s soundtrack, and I hope they play it a little bit on the cornball cheesy side. That's what I'm looking for. Don't go too serious with this, guys.
Yeah, Matt, what did you think of this?
I'm with Seth. It has that like thriller spy. That's why they created a dude who is not quite, but definitely is Robert Redford, right? Like they're going for that intentionally. And no matter my personal feelings towards the Gipper, it's weird, he's there. So, I guess you gotta follow him into this Cold War.
Yeah, and I'm digging those aviator glasses. Those it speaks to the time. It speaks to the period. And again, like I'm super hyped for this one. Now we also got Unknown 9 Awakening announced, and the cinematic trailer of Reflector Entertainment's upcoming game. Now in this trailer, we're shifting gears here to a different game. Okay, all right. We were still showing the other game. Yes. So we're checking out Unknown 9 Awakening, which was announced. It looks really cool. In this trailer, we see a young girl. She's hiding something, and she suddenly discovers that she has these powers as she's running away from these guys that are chasing her, which I'm pretty sure if she knew she had those before, she probably wouldn't have ran away. Now, this game just looks beautiful, and I love like the music, which kind of like sets the mood for the overall presentation. What do you guys think of this? Casey, I feel like this is a game that's right up your alley. Mine as well.
It looks really cool. So we don't know a whole lot about this, but we do know it will be a third-person, narrative-driven action-adventure game set in a, quote, new transmedia Unknown 9 universe. So these games and kind of the entire universe is inspired by things like X-Files, The Matrix, Heroes, Indiana Jones. And I know a lot of people are fans about that. I know I am. It sounds really cool. But the thing that's especially interesting about this is that it will tie into podcasts and comics, and they will all kind of reference to each other in either overt or subtle ways. And I'm wondering if I'm going to have to do all three to keep up with the story.
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of curious. Like, what if something happens like in the podcast that pretty much like explains something that happens in the video game that you wouldn't be aware of if you didn't listen to the podcast, or vice versa, or you need to read the comic book in order to know who this particular character that was revealed in the podcast. Like, I kind of wonder how they're gonna how that's all gonna correlate and connect.
Like why is one of the main characters talking about how comfortable MeUndies are?
Yeah.
I'm also kind of, so I think we saw that some of the people working on this game previously worked on AAA titles, which a lot of them were Ubisoft titles, and some of the comments in the article about this actually mentioned that Assassin's Creed, if you want to get the full story, you have to read everything and play all the games too. So maybe there's a little bit of inspiration. That's complete speculation. Don't quote me on that.
Wow, they really want us to do a lot, which I mean, I'm all for it. I mean, it's an interesting and unique, kind of like I guess take on acclimating yourself to this new game. I'm down for it. I love podcasts, and comics. So now for those Doom fans out there, we also get the Doom Eternal, the Ancient Gods DLC reveal, which is the first official DLC of Doom Eternal. The Ancient Gods was shown alongside a release date announcement, so we can expect this to launch sometime in October. It's going to specifically October 20th this year. Just wanted to mention that briefly. We also finally, moving right along, we also finally got our first look at Dragon Age 4 with BioWare developers diving into concept art, footage of some new locales, and even confirming the return of Solus. Now he's that character that you either love him or you hate him or maybe both. Now what's that?
I'm kind of indifferent about Solus. He wasn't I don't know. He's fine, I guess.
Really? Okay, so you're in the
personally, middle. Most people are divisive about that guy. But man, the entire time I was watching this kind of mini documentary and getting to see like really small glimpses into Dragon Age 4, I was basically on the edge of my seat waiting to see an actual trailer or something, and then we didn't get it, and that makes me sad.
Yeah, I feel like I think that's kind of like the general consensus among fans, because I was checking the comments and people were like, we want more game footage, and I believe there were like 2 new characters that were revealed as well. Matt, you said you checked Twitter, and apparently people are already like, are they creating fan fiction around these characters already, or what was it?
If they aren't right now, they will be. Like they showed off some characters that we haven't seen before, and Dragon Age and BioWare games being what they are, they're already like, oh, I'm gonna romance that character. You better believe it. But yeah, it does show how early the game still is in development that there's no full length trailer.
Mm-hmm. Now, again, so much gaming content. We got to keep this moving. We also saw the reveal of a game I never thought I ever needed in my life until now. Bridge Constructor, The Walking Dead. Yes, guys. Clockstone and Head Up showed off Bridge Constructor, The Walking Dead, a project that pretty much takes the shape of a physics-based puzzle game. Now, I know my main man, Seth, you love flight simulators. Do you love building bridges as well?
Yeah,
what's your take on this?
As a metaphor for society, I think we need to build more bridges. But we don't know, like, if you're supposed to build the bridges to help the zombies like cross to you, or you're supposed to. I don't know. It's just like cool. It's like a weird little game. Go watch footage of like the other games that it's just like silly, and you get to build stuff and play with physics. Who doesn't want to play with physics?
Right. Yeah. And honestly, and I think the trailer kind of like speaks to how silly of a concept this is. But also, I just want to bring this to the light of day to people. See, if you remember, The Walking Dead season 9, Rick Grimes actually blew up a bridge. So I'm thinking the devs were like, as soon as they saw that scene, they were like, dude, I got our next crossover. Yes. He blew up a bridge, and I thought that pretty much it sparked their inspiration for this game. I'm calling it right now. Now, the last game I kind of want to mention before we jump to break is World of Warcraft Shadowlands. Their release date announcement is October 27th, which is pretty cool. We saw some cool footage of that. We got a new World of Warcraft animated short, which gave us a look at one of the new realms coming to the Shadowlands expansion this fall. So check that out, October 27th. But right now, guys, we got to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with even more news, more of the games, and more of the more. So stick around. Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest, because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews,
Let's Plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
And we are back on news, games, and more, IGN's daily news show. And guess what, guys? We're talking about Gamescom, and even more shocking, we're talking about more games, believe it or not. Yes, so today, there's so much more to talk about. Now, Anna Perna revealed the cast for their upcoming title, 12 Minutes. I'm actually looking forward to this particular one. Now, in this brief new trailer, Anna Perna's cinematic drama game features a voice cast that includes James McAvoy, Daisy Ridley, and the great Willem Dafoe. As soon as I heard his voice, I was like, oh my God. Now, for those of you who might not be too familiar, this is a psychological thriller which takes the player through a 12-minute time loop where a man who introduces himself as a police officer shows up at your door, accuses your wife of a murder, and then he just straight up kills you. He's just like, yeah, you got to die. Your wife killed, I got to kill you. So how do we feel about this particular game, and more importantly, the cast reveal? Let me start with you, Seth.
I mean, the cast sounds awesome. Daisy Ridley is fantastic, and of course, Willem Dafoe is amazing. I'm not too knowledgeable about the other guy, so much to the point I just actually forgot his name. But I do want to point out that I did notice that the carpet from the Shining Hotel can be seen in one of the scenes, and that definitely piqued my interest as somebody who likes both hotels and carpet.
This guy, I love this guy.
I gotta be who I am.
Casey, what did you think of the cast?
So we do know that the carpet is just an Easter egg, and sorry to burst everyone's conspiracy bubbles, but it doesn't mean anything else. This is not set in the same universe as The Shining. At least that's what we've heard so far. Maybe they're just completely lying to us. Who knows? But anyway, 12 Minutes, the Groundhog-esque type of game, looks really interesting, and I really didn't expect to have such recognizable names playing the characters, and all we know is that it's the man, the woman, and the intruder. They don't have names yet, and I don't know if they will, but if you want to know, the main kind of premise is that you are getting ready for a romantic night with your wife, and then a police officer comes and assaults you, and if you fail to get out of the situation, it resets. And you got to figure out what's going on. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it is, and not only that, just looking at it visually, like it's such a unique aesthetic that I haven't experienced. The first time I experienced this over the top view of a video game, it was Grand Theft Auto, and that was like years ago, and it didn't look as cool as this looks. Like the bullets were the size of your body, so everything looks proportionate here. In this particular game. I'm definitely looking forward to this. 12 Minutes is set to have a release date in 2020, so I guess later on this year, and it will launch on Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and PC. Now, next up, let's break from all this gaming-related news, and let's discuss some gaming adjacent news. It's been confirmed, guys. There's a Resident Evil series in the works from the good old folks over at Netflix, and apparently It will tell a brand new story. Yes, yay for brand new stories. Now, according to Netflix, Resident Evil will tell a brand new story across 2 timelines. I'm going to briefly read, not all of it, I'm going to briefly read some of the synopsis. So the first timeline, we have 14-year-old sisters Jade and Billy Wesker, ooh, familiar last name, are moved to New Raccoon City, a manufactured corporate town forced on them right as adolescence is in full-on swing. But the more time they spend there, the more they come to realize that the town is more than it seems, and their father may be, get this, concealing dark secrets. Go figure. It's who are we talking about here? Come on now.
Who could it be?
Albert
Wesker? No way. That guy?
I know, right? Now in the second timeline, they jump to the future. Jump to the future, Marty. Sorry, there's no Marty.
That's pretty
McFly in
good.
this. Thank you. I saw him earlier today during Gamescom, so I was practicing. Now there are less than 15 million people left on Earth apparently in this future. More than 6 billion monsters. This includes people and animals infected with the T-virus. Jade, now 30, struggling to survive in this new world while the secrets from her past are bubbling up, and her sister and her father, and she's haunted by all of this stuff. So what do we think about this live action take? Are we excited for this? That they're going to be telling a new story? I don't know who here is a big Resident Evil fan. I don't know. Matt, I feel like you might have some opinions about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing that stuck out to me is if I had like even a little bit of knowledge of Resident Evil history, like if I lived in Raccoon City, I wouldn't live in New Raccoon City, right? Like that would be the
yes,
right? Like they'd be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
come to New Raccoon City. It's still owned by Umbrella." I'm like, "No, I remember what happened to Old Raccoon City. I don't want to go there." But it's nice. It's interesting. I mean, like they're taking the play of the CGI like CGI films, which is basically just different stories set in the universe with like some recognizable characters. Clearly, they're interested in not like retelling any of the games, so good for them. I mean, I'll check it out. It's on Netflix. I have Netflix. It's an easy, like, I'll give it 2 or 3 episodes, but who knows? I would have preferred a retelling of one of the games.
Really? So you're not more curious about like just like telling a new story with like new characters?
I think that's sort of what the movies, the Paul W.S. Anderson movies have done, and those are fun in a silly kind of way, but I think purists would want like adaptations with like actors playing Chris and Jill and stuff like that.
Casey, what's your take on this?
Man, I think a 1-to-1 retelling of the Resident Evil story would be great, but also the expectations would be insane. Trying to meet those expectations of telling a 1-to-1 story, man, I wouldn't want to be the person to take on that story. So I think telling new stories in the universe that can kind of allude to things that people who play the games know is a much easier way to get success from a Resident Evil show. But I think this looks, I mean, I can't say if it looks cool or not because there aren't any trailers, but it sounds like it will be interesting and good. And I do see one of the comments is from Indie Guy. Resident Evil has the potential to be as big a TV show as The Walking Dead, but they need to double down on the horror/human aspects and cut way down on the sci-fi crap. And I can't really help but to agree with that if they're going to make it a good, compelling show.
Yeah, 100%. No, I agree with you. And like I see they have a writer that he was a writer on the Supernatural series, and they also have one of the directors from the Walking Dead series, 2 television shows that I'm a huge fan of. So I feel like they have the right ingredients, at least for the first 2 episodes. We don't know who's going to be writing or directing the future episodes after the first 2. And like you said, I feel like it would be a huge undertaking to try to adapt, Resident Evil 1, 2, 3. We can keep on going because it's,
and there's just so much to it.
Yeah, exactly. So I feel like if you get it wrong, fans will never forgive you. They will never forgive you. And I'm speaking as a fan. I will not forgive you. So don't, you know what I mean? I wasn't a huge fan of the movies either, but hopefully this will make me come around, because I'm super duper excited for it. Now, we've got so much more coming up, guys. So much more to talk about. So much more news, games, and more. Stick around. We got to take this quick commercial break.
Gamescom 2020 is the heart of gaming, and you can keep to the beat right here on IGN. We've turned the single biggest show in gaming into 5. Gamescom Now is your virtual show floor with up to the second live coverage. Gamescom Daily Show, Gamescom's first ever late night talk show. Our Gamescom Awesome Indies Show, the freshest deep cuts in indie gaming. And finally, the Gamescom Best of Show, including the Gamescom Award. Gamescom 2020 is available on IGN and wherever you stream Gamescom Now. Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
This year, Gamescom is streaming to you on IGN, and now you can watch it unfold on TikTok. World premieres, exclusive gameplay, cosplay, interviews, and unforgettable moments from the biggest show in gaming can now be crammed right into the palm of your hand. Check out IGN and Gamescom's TikTok accounts and use the hashtags Heart of Gaming and Gamescom 2020 to get in on the action.
Now, we're wrapping up news, games, and more, but did you know Gamescom is 4 days jam-packed with gaming content? Well, if you didn't, now you do. Well, it is, and it's all leading up to a great big send-off this Sunday. So head on over to www.gamescom.global and cast a vote for your favorite streamer, Gamescom's most wanted, and the best of Gamescom. And then tune in on Sunday, August 30th at 8 p.m. Central Eastern Time, 11 a.m. Pacific to see the grand finale of this year's Gamescom, where we give the gamers a stage. That's right, guys. Cool cosplayers, user-voted awards, esports, and more. But now it's time for more news. Now we're going to go right into it, guys. I had a little nightmare recently. So
haven't we all been having nightmares recently?
Yes, we have, but it got even more heightened because I found out that I didn't find out, but I saw the Little Nightmares 2 gameplay reveal, which is pretty damn awesome. Now the gameplay trailer begins with a new character wandering various desolate locales with a partner character, which is not something that we saw in the first game. Now, along the way, the two characters work together to solve physics-based puzzles as the world gets progressively more terrifying. Now, this was announced back at Gamescom 2019. Little Nightmares 2 continues the journey started in the first game, which we called here at IGN one of the scariest horror games of this generation. Now that's a big statement right there.
Oh, yeah.
So you horror fans, I would definitely you should definitely check this one out. Now it will include the original protagonist, Six, but also introduces a new character named Mono, who doesn't have Mono, named Mono, and is set to be the main focus. Now, just looking at this, like it looks pretty eerie and scary. I'm kind of curious. Does this kind of what do you guys think of this? Seth, let me start with you. What do you think of just like looking at Little Nightmares 2?
Yeah, it's giving me anxiety.
Yeah.
I get it's got definite. Oh god, I'm totally blanking on the name of the game. Not by the people who made Inside. It was the game before that.
Playdead.
Limbo. Thank you, Limbo. Yeah, Limbo. I get vibes of that, but
Mm-hmm.
like in an even more spooky anxiety kind of way. Yeah, I'm into it.
Yeah.
Definitely a little bit too spooky for me. And I also just wanted to point out, like, I know even though there are two different characters, that it's not co-op or multiplayer as far as we know, even though that does change up the gameplay mechanisms a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was saying earlier during the commercial break that with this new character introduced, it kind of gives me like Ico vibes. If Ico were like a survival horror game, is what I would say. Now, the two characters here, they will explore a location called the Signal Tower that the senior narrative designer, Dave Mervick, says is the center of the story. Now, Little Nightmares 2 is set to be released on February 11th, 2021, and will launch on PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, and PC. A release date for next-gen systems will be announced at a later date. Now, let's move on into territory that I'm sure a lot of you are huge fans of. The Sims 4 Star Wars expansion is hitting next month, guys. Now, inspired by the Galaxy's Edge part of Disneyland and Disney World, A Journey to Batuu. Hopefully I said that right.
Someone will let you know.
Batuu. Yeah, I know. They're going to let me know in the comment section. My bad, guys. Now, Journey to Batuu will be available for The Sims 4 on September 8th for PC, Mac, PS4, and Xbox One. Now, the first look trailer showcased some of the locales and the characters from Galaxy's Edge, with EA's official description reading, "Hone your lightsaber skills, befriend a droid, and get ready to unlock missions for the Resistance, First Order, or Scoundrels. The more you accomplish, the closer you are to meeting iconic Star Wars characters like Rey and Kylo Ren." Now, Matt, I'm going to ask you, what type of vibes are you getting from this? How do you feel about this? Are you going to return to The Sims because of this?
Yeah, man, it looks great. It looks identical to the Disney park. I want to get that out of the way, right? Like the location of Batuu in the Sims 4 expansion is, if you've been to the Disneyland in California park, it looks identical. And like, I feel like given that we can't go back to Disneyland, people who are jonesing to go visit Galaxy's Edge should just pick this up. And it's pretty much, as close an experience as they can get.
Yeah. Now, so this is the thing. So I haven't been to the theme park to experience Galaxy's Edge. Do you think you would have, in order to like kind of appreciate this expansion pack, do you think you have to have been to the theme park, or do you think this is like a standalone thing that you can actually appreciate without actually having gone?
Oh, I think if you've been to the park, you'll add that like extra like, nostalgia, or like nostalgia is weird, but like memory, you'll be like, oh, I remember going there in real life. But like the Sims expansion has, bonuses, right? Like you can create your own, it looks like in the trailer, you can like create your own little house and customize it in like a Star Wars aesthetic. So like people who just like Sims gameplay will get a lot to enjoy out of it. And I'm just surprised that the Sims hasn't done a Star Wars crossover before.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious why it's taken this long for this to happen. I noticed in this trailer, is that blue milk that they're drinking? So there's blue milk at the theme park. Man, I really got to go one day when it actually opens up. We also had like some other announcements of other Star Wars games, I believe. There was Lego Star Wars. I know you guys are fans of The Sims. How many of you are Lego Star Wars fans?
Right here. Love Lego Star Wars.
Oh yeah, Seth, what'd you think of that trailer?
I am. They don't even have to show me anything. Just be like Lego Star Wars. I'm like, I'm gonna play that. It was the first game that when my son was little, we allowed him to play, was Lego Star Wars 2. And so it's like, we've got those memories tied to it. So every time there's a Lego Star Wars game, they can put out a real bad Lego Star Wars game, and I'm still gonna buy it, and we're still gonna play at least some of it. Maybe not get all the special bricks, but.
So I was just I do want to call out one comment. I am reading the chat on our YouTube live stream for all of you guys chatting there. And this comment is from Fiatsopa. Sims 5 would have been interesting in a way, but not another DLC pack. I don't know how to put this. It's the equal / face, like the meh face. What do you guys, I think this DLC pack looks cool and will bring a lot of people to Sims that maybe haven't played in a while or haven't played maybe at all if they're big enough fans of Star Wars. But what do you guys think? Are you disappointed that it wasn't Sims 5?
Personally, I'm not disappointed, but I definitely can understand why some people might be disappointed. But I feel like this should be enough to kind of tide you. Hopefully, if you're a Star Wars fan and you're a Sims fan, hopefully this is enough to tide you over till that does happen. And if you're still playing Sims today, you should be. I would, if I were a fan or if I were playing The Sims today, I would be happy to see new content released. That's just me.
I completely agree.
You can get The Sims 4 for like $5 most of the time. So it's like it's always on sale. It's a great value.
All these expansions basically add enough to make a sequel.
Yeah. Well, you know what? With that, I wish we could talk forever about this stuff, guys. But with that, that's it. Day one of Gamescom is in the can, guys. At least on our end. Here's a tease at what's happening tomorrow. Things kick off with GameScoop Live, and then Max and Brian are chatting with voice actor Troy Baker. I love that guy, who you've almost definitely heard in at least 5 different video games. And of course, all day we've got tons of exclusive trailers and gameplay reveals. And you can find out everything that's happening along with lots more gaming content over on www.gamescom.global. From all of us here, guys, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Let's wave at them, guys. Bye-bye.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh, nice.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Still using those tiny phones and tablets to watch IGN? Give your eyeballs a rest, because IGN has moved to your living room. Get first looks and in-depth reviews of the most talked about titles.
Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Pleasure to be here.
And take a front row seat to the biggest events of the year. Tune in on your Samsung TV Plus, Pluto, and Flex, and take a load off. Tune in to IGN 1.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.